Hello, and welcome to our very latest episode of Night Quest with Doodle and CMoney. I am CMoney, and I am joined by the always lovely Doodle.
What's up, everyone? Thank you so very much for rocking out with us today.
What the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck is that? You're so Yo, that was wild. Wow. Look at that. Look at how excited she is to be here with y'all right now.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Let's get it.
Let's get it in.
Money trying to throw me off my game.
All
right.
I didn't throw you off your game. I don't know. What was that? You threw me on my game. I was like, what is happening? We do have the third person on the panel. That's right. Listen, you did that. I was like, what the fuck? That build was wild. That build was wild. I was not expecting that.
It's been a minute.
Happening? Oh man, it's been a minute. I feel like when we miss Sundays, it feels like a lifetime since we've been live. It's
you get
crazy.
it. There you go.
It's crazy. Farrell Bazaar in the building. What's up, my dude?
Let's go.
Super muted, or he's not ready yet. Maybe he's not ready yet. I can't hear him. I don't know. No one can hear you. You're unheard. You're the unheard hero of this. We'll wait. He'll get his mic situation together. I will say, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. I hope everybody had a great holiday.
Yes.
We had a great Thanksgiving. Really crazy weekend. There we go. I can hear words. Farrell, you good?
Yeah, I guess the defaults got messed up. I've been good. How about you guys?
Good, man.
Good.
Here. Oh man.
How was the holiday? Good, bro?
Holiday was good. A lot of travel.
Nice.
Hung out with the wife's family, but also made it a double and went to go see my dad. So a lot of driving. Probably about like 20 hours of driving because we drove to North Carolina. And
wow.
North Carolina, we drove to Georgia, and then
damn,
for Thanksgiving, and then we drove back up to North Carolina, and then we drove all the way back up home. So a lot of driving.
All right.
Yeah, I see.
See, that's good driving.
Yeah, I'm a nighttime driver, so everyone else sleeps, and I suffer.
He's just living his best life. Like I'm alone.
He's a really good nighttime driver too. He falls asleep.
Yeah, sleeping. Yeah, I sleep right through it. I sleep right through it.
Right out.
Oh my god.
And then you call him out. He's like, "Nah, I wasn't sleeping," but
Yeah.
Going from side to side. Yeah.
Kind of like when you change the channel or turn the TV off late at night.
Man, what do you mean? I was awake the whole time. Why did you do that? I was up the whole time. Why do you do that?
I was watching that.
Yeah. It's a good time. So holiday was fun. We did have some situations happen. Kiddos got sick. Spent some time at the ER. It was wild. Yeah. I mean, thankfully, looks like we're on the other side of it now, but that's why we didn't do the show Sunday. But that being said, we're here now. We're going to have some fun with our homies live in the building with us right now. Guys, there's a lot of news that is kind of all over the place. We got some breaking news with Ubisoft stuff that is kind of expected, but I don't know. I feel a little something about Ubisoft right now, the way they are right now. I feel like they're about to get bought. I feel like things are just collapsing around them. They're reminding me of ABK in that particular moment before Microsoft was like, "What's up?" And then when they handled stuff, I don't know if Ubisoft is worthy of that. We'll talk about it. But there's definitely something going on there. As far as like we got the news on Black Ops 6, the new overview for the first season that looks crazy. We got some new Game Pass drop that is dope. We got a big game launching real soon. We got a lot of fun stuff going on. And then, I saw this and I wanted to start the show with it, and we will, which is the Digital Foundry slapping up some of the PlayStation Glazers who claim that everything is rosy on some of these games out there. And
you talking about the Pisser Massacre that's going on right now?
Oh man, that's a bloodbath, bro. That's a bloodbath. Yo, like the Pisser, it's bleed. You gotta see a doctor, right? Like the amount of blood that's coming out of the Pisser is not healthy. You know what I'm saying?
Bleeding out, baby. It's bleeding out. But listen, who could have predicted it?
I don't know.
I did.
Maybe everybody at this channel. Maybe everybody here.
We saw it coming, baby.
We did see it coming. Listen, before we hop into all the fun stuff that we're going to talk about, you know what it is. We're here with our homies. We got to shout out our peoples. We got to find out who was first in the building. I don't know if this is their first time being first. He's definitely been in the top 3. Maybe it might be the first.
Listen. See, this is the thing.
What?
But first.
What?
But first.
But first what?
Wow. Okay. Right over his head. I'll try again. I'm sure the chat didn't miss it, but okay. But first.
I'm looking at you. I didn't look down. You know what I'm saying? See, I was looking into your eyes. Looking into your eyes. The eyes didn't tell the story. You know what I'm saying?
Mesmerized.
As always. You know what I'm saying? As always. 100%. But it's all incorrect. So that's why we can't put it up because it's not right.
You
know what I'm saying?
You messed up. See.
I mean, there was just some information in there that was not correct. So, I gotta take it out before we could do any of that. So, okay, now it can go up. Before we do that, we do have to shout out our elite members on our YouTube memberships, the homie Big Boy Mike, the homie Dark Angelic, and the homie Spoon Man. And of course, our inner circle members is our highest tier, Big Mix Gaming, Culture the Canuck.
Let's go.
We appreciate y'all so much. Of course, we appreciate all of our YouTube members. You guys make this possible. So thank y'all so very much.
Nice.
But again, being here right now, live in the building, it's massive support for us, and we appreciate each and every one of you. So first through the building, I think making his debut in number 1. If I'm wrong, let me know. But it is the homie Amit Kumar.
Go.
That's right. Amit Kumar.
It's not the first time.
But was he number 1 before?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
See, now that went from, CMoney, you're so stupid. It's for sure. And then they're like, I think so. I think so. Maybe. I don't know. That's what I heard. That's all I heard. Certainty when you were calling me stupid, but then when we went to verify with you, it was like, well, I don't know. Why are you trying to put this on me?
Put this on me. Back up a little. All right.
You're the one who said it.
All right. This is not on me. Amit, you're on your own. I'm trying. I didn't like to do. That's it. This is where I top out.
Oh my God. Oh, snap. Number 2.
Second or third time being first. Excuse me. That's right.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's right. Take several seats.
I'm just saying. I didn't deny it. I was
crazy.
I was asking questions. Okay. Questions.
You
were throwing answers that you weren't 100% about. You know what I'm saying?
You ain't gotta question me.
Oh my God. Second in the building.
Tell us, baby.
The homie.
Who?
Eat motherfucking ranks.
Yes.
My dude. Thank you for being here.
What's
He got a silver medal.
Yes.
Look at this. So Amit got his first place medal and a trophy. E-Ranks just got a second place medal.
Damn.
Third in the building.
All right. Let's see.
Definitely was here before.
Okay.
That's right. It's our boy, General Spartan in the building.
Let's go.
My dude. Thank you for being here, brother.
Happy Tuesday, you guys. Thank you for rocking out.
He also has a message. He says, leveled multiple guns in Black Ops 6. Time to finish the campaign before Path of Exile 2. Listen,
gotta finish the campaign. It is
Path of Exile 2. Yeah, for sure. Path of Exile 2 is getting a lot of hype right now. Almost like a almost like like it's weird. I don't know, like the numbers will tell when it happens. I don't know if this is like Twitter hype or if it's really gonna blow up, but like a lot of people started coming after Rod Ferguson in Diablo on Twitter because he put out a post that said that there's been a lot of ARPGs you know, that are doing a bunch of different things now, like they're not all the same. And he said maybe we should get the term Diablo-like going. So like Souls-like how Dark Souls has a lot of hard third-person action adventure games that are like it. So those are called Souls-like. He suggested, why don't we have like Diablo-like for games that are similar to the Diablo formula of ARPGs? And yeah, people were on his ass about it. Even another developer, which shocked me because it's like, okay, dude, like I get it, but like really? That guy who's making No Rest for the Wicked, or was that something you know what I'm talking about? Is that one, right?
I know.
Yeah. It's like that action RPG type game, right? Isometric, blah blah blah. And he kind of came at Rod and it's like, dude, like I appreciate your you are pumped to like defend it, but he like came at him like, why do you have the right? Like you just started on Diablo and shit. Like he like I was really shocked to see how he kind of came at Rod.
Got a little crazy.
Yeah, a little heated. He was like, I understand if some other dude, and he like tagged the name, I guess somebody who's been doing ARPGs for a long time. But it's like, I understand if maybe he said something like that, but like you like basically called him a biatch. He was like, you ain't nothing but a bitch in here. Like, why are you talking about this? I was like, damn, ARPG people go hard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel like maybe that was you know, the thoughts in your mind that you don't.
Yeah, that you kind of shut up, dude. Because
you know,
like you got a small little studio.
Yeah.
Like if that don't work out, you might be looking for a job from Rod. You know what I'm saying? Like, like you might want to chill out a little bit, homie. Yeah, I know. You made like 3 games. You know what I'm saying? You know, fall back a little bit. But yeah, but like the community though, like the people in there started going at Rod, like in defense of Path of Exile. Like Path of Exile so much better, and like just mad people started coming about it. So it's like, okay, well, people have some passion there. You know what I'm saying? There's something going on there. But General Spartan, man, the campaign is fire for Black Ops 6, so definitely hit that. Leveling up multiple guns, that's dope. I finally prestiged for the first time. And then I got so mad on my first game, Prestige, because I was like, yo, where are all my guns? Where's my dope scopes? Where is everything? And I specifically know that when you Prestige, that it's, you know, done. But I played on PC when I Prestiged. I was playing on the Windows Store version of it. Then when I went to the Xbox, that's when I played my first game officially Prestige, and all the guns were gone, and my brain didn't remember that I Prestiged. And for some reason, I just thought there was a glitch. It's like, what are you talking about? Is it because I bought the stupid, you know, that the last character I bought? What was it? The raccoon? That's right. I gotta see who else is there. Yo, I'm already kind of hooked. What dance? Oh, I don't know. No, I think that's gone. I don't know if you could buy that separately.
Gone?
I have to take a look at the store. But either way, I then realized that it was just I prestiged. So I need to do all that stuff back. Good thing I bought a bunch of guns, you know, bought a bunch of packs that came with guns. So I'm just throwing it back in there because at the end of the day, you know, I already paid for them. So I got them. I can't wait to keep going and having fun. Black Ops 6 is amazing. And we're going to be talking some Black Ops 6 later. So that being said, I made a mistake. It was Zach Riley who was first, apparently. Even though he came in after everybody, he was still in his heart first.
Well,
for sure.
Listen, we all make mistakes. All right.
I think so. I think so.
Yes.
I see Dover 360 in the building. What's up, man? Queen Blueface, what's going on, home?
What's up, baby?
Duke Togo, what's up, man? So he has a very important question. Are you guys going to address the witch hunt on Avowed?
Oh, that's a great question.
So
It's
this
messy.
type of stuff I don't like to get too deep into because there's a lot of it in all different sides and what it means and what it doesn't mean and what it shouldn't mean, but people are trying to make it mean. So ultimately my stance on it is I can give 3 shits what anybody's saying. Can't wait for Avowed. We put out a video talking about how Avowed is going to be like the next big thing in RPGs come early next year. And a lot of people were on there talking crap. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Avowed's going to be fire. Looks fire. Can't wait to play it. Day 1 in the Game Pass. I'm good.
Yeah, it's getting too messy, too much back and forth. It's like I don't know why.
It's like we're not talking about games anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like now it's like listen, I honestly I don't even think about this or care about it either way because all I think about is we're playing video games here. You know what I'm saying? This is entertainment. It doesn't matter to me what any of these people feel about it. I mean, there's always been character creators where you could pick a guy or a girl. I'm sure there was plenty of guys back in the day who picked a girl wanting to be a girl, and now they get to pick a girl but still identify the other way. I don't fucking like what does it I don't know what it matters to anybody.
So the best way to put it is, before you go to Roof Chris, you don't check the chef's tweets.
Facts.
Exactly.
Facts.
Like,
Roof Chris is banging.
Yo, that's my spot.
That's
banging.
That.
I love that spot.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not checking the chef's tweets before I go to Roof's Chris. I'm gonna go to Roof's Chris and I'm gonna enjoy my meal.
Hell
Can you imagine after you enjoyed your rib and you're like, oh my god, that was the best thing ever. The chef comes out and he's like, yeah, this is what my last tweet was. I hate you and I hate everybody like you. And like, damn, that steak was still good though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Appreciate it. I feel that. Yeah, but either way, outside of that, it's just something I don't care about.
So Cage over here is he's trying to help you out. See, Jersey boy, he's saying couldn't give 3 shits. See money.
What did I say?
I could give.
I couldn't give 3 shits. I could give. No. I'm talking about the literal ones. You know what I'm saying? So I take 3 of them and then I hand them to you. I do them in bags.
You know what
I'm saying? Like goodie bags. You know what I'm saying? I give you 3 of them. You know what I'm saying? You thought I meant the other thing. No. I was talking literal. I give you 3. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel. Oh my god. Michelle Alexandria, what's up, homie? Right you are, Gabe. What's up, fam? Ricardo Mancada.
Ricardo, ¿qué
what's
pasa?
Up, homie? Reggie Bone in the building. Michael, what's going on, man? Look at them dropping some stats of the forgotten games.
We need to know.
It says, happy holiday, guys.
Happy holidays, baby.
There are currently 25 people on Steam playing Lego Hull.
Oh,
Redfall isn't too far behind at 19 people. Would be funny to see Redfall overtake Lego Hull. That would be funny. And
it will happen.
It just came out, you guys. It's a brand new game. Oh.
Yeah. Nobody cares about that game. Nobody cares. Jean-Marc Luis.
Yes.
What's up, homie? Thank you for being here. Meet the cheater. What's up, man? Razor Ultron in the building. Cage Filler. What's up, homie? Canuck. What's up, player? Infinite Hero. What is up? What's up? Infinite Hero says, what's up, peoples? Remember, it's not the pisser. It's the devs.
It's the devs. Yes. Tell them.
Damn, that's wild. Fillmore Pockets, what's up, fam? Snooky Jackson, what's going on?
I
homie?
did it all for the nookie.
Appreciate you. Dover 360 is mad because you didn't make it to number 1 or at least the top 3. He says it's a conspiracy. CMoney.
I don't
Doodle, I
understand.
demand a recount. You playing? Maybe next time, all right? Maybe next time. Oh my god. That's funny. Luis Jimenez. What's going on, fam? Thank you, fam. Thank you for being here. Becca in the building. What's going on?
What's up, baby?
Be nice. What up, fam? Chicken I 210. What up, homie? Thank you for being here. Spartan 661. All right, homie. What's up, fam?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank
Tuesday,
you.
you guys.
Infinite Hero follows up with the pisser can do everything but outperform the base PlayStation 5.
Oh man.
Yo, what an embarrassment, yo.
Yes.
What an embarrassment.
You know what the PS5 Pro is to me? It's like it's like when you go outside of like Best Buy and it's like that guy in the suspect van talking about have a surround sound system and it's $300 cheaper than anything inside of Best Buy. You know, just
come check it out.
Yeah. You know, you give me $250. I mean, this is commercial grade. I mean, this is the stuff that, you know, celebrities put in their homes, and I'm willing to sell it to you for $250. That's what the PS5 Pro is to me right now. It's
seriously.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Like,
you know, you buy it, you hook up the sound system. No sound comes out.
No sound. It's over. Doesn't work. Like, damn it, I should have walked into Best Buy. But they're selling the pisser at Best Buy. So shouldn't we be able to like have a petition or have these gallopers go sue something?
They should sue because they were promised.
That they don't see it, bro. They don't see it. To them, it works amazing and it runs better than ever.
Okay.
It's
only
it's the
we
Glazer.
see it from an outside. Got it. Okay.
That's the problem. Go ahead, Farrell.
No, I think Sony fans should file a class action lawsuit because they were promised an upgrade and they're getting a downgrade. And it's not like on Xbox where you can download the Xbox One version or the Xbox Series X version. Like, no, there's no versions. You just download the game and you're stuck with pisser tech. So it's not like you can like
they're patching games they're patching their games to remove the pisser.
Yeah.
They're saying
that they paid for.
They're like, hey, Sony, here, I'll make our game and I'll use your pisser. And then the pisser destroys the game. And they say, hey, Sony, we're taking out your pisser. You know what I'm saying? So basically, you're back to the PlayStation 5 model. But technically, if we're talking about class action lawsuits about consoles that don't do much better than the previous one, then I think everyone who owns a PlayStation 5 can do the same thing, right?
Agree.
Because
I agree.
All those games are just PlayStation 4 games in disguise, right?
Absolutely.
Like, let's be real.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I won't argue with you there, but this is atrocious. Like, you're talking about in some countries, people are paying close to $1,000 for these consoles. It's not $700 for them.
Facts.
So that's I think in Canada it's like $1,000, and in the UK it's like 900 and something when you convert pounds to dollars. I mean, they're paying real money for shit.
Facts. Not looking good. It's not looking good.
Are there any first party studios that have pisser enhanced? Because I haven't seen a showcase that showed a single one.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Let me look that up.
No. Matter of fact, what you have seen is first party specifically move away from it. Well, I mean, technically Gran Turismo offers it, but it's crap. Even first party implementation is crap. But like Horizon Forbidden West said, no thanks. We're using our own. See you later, alligator.
Was it not suspect that he said it's up to the developers to go ahead and use this tech? The moment they said that, you knew that this was a separate situation that they were going to pass on because it wasn't going to be compatible in any freaking way. And who's to blame here?
Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus. Gotta put it on him.
Yeah.
You know what
I mean, if we're keeping it 100, PlayStation hasn't made a quality console since the PlayStation 3. I mean, the PlayStation 4 sound like a damn jet engine, and the only reason you got the PS4 Pro is so that it wouldn't sound like a jet engine. PS5 has been a mess. And anytime you try to make a game, at PS5 levels, you see all these issues. Like Final Fantasy 16. That game was a complete mess.
Dude, it crashed on us so many times. And the funny thing is, they keep releasing like new models of it, right?
Yeah.
So new models of the PlayStation that fixed it. But what happened to everybody who still has the other PlayStation 5? Like, what? Like, do you expect people, like most people, are just gonna change the PlayStation they have because you decided to release a new model? How about you let us do a trade-in? You know what I'm saying? How about you give me your new one, I'll give you my old one.
Yeah, because listen, it's your problem. You went ahead and you put out a product that wasn't up to par. So why does the consumer have to come out here and patch up all of your messes?
Yeah.
The same thing. Like, what are they doing with this pisser technology? Is this even going to be a thing? How are they going to move forward? They're not making supposedly another PlayStation for 10 years. And they're just tapping into it. So what's going to happen with this?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be longer than that. Like, I mean, they can't even make a good. I'm not going to say they can't make a good game. They can't even make a game people want to buy right now.
Say it, Farah. Say it. You know it. You meant that. Game, bro. It almost slipped out. You were like, oh, I shouldn't. You meant that.
Yeah, I mean, they're facts. They're facts. They're facts. They, I would say this. They have 100% lost their way. They can't. If you want to say it a nicer way, it seems like they can't make a good game anymore. Right. Yeah. Like, I feel like the first round of all these games were pretty decent, right? Like the first Spider-Man was pretty good. The first God of War, not Ragnarok, the first one, 2018 was pretty good. The first Ghost of Tsushima, pretty good, right? But then it's like everything after that is just like regurgitated, like creative, just more BS, and it's just not exciting anymore.
But I mean, I a couple years ago when Sean Layden got kicked out and they made, Jim Ryan, the CEO of PlayStation, I thought that was the worst thing that could have happened to PlayStation at the time. But I think I'm wrong. I think it's Herman Holst. I think it's Herman Holst. I really do.
Yeah.
Don't just shout it out. Yeah, there's more to come. This is gonna get messier. Because we thought we seen the worst with Concord, and they just keep delivering. So it seems like it's just a never-ending situation until we're burying PlayStation with the shovel and all. Goodbye, sayonara. This is crazy. Did we think that by the end of 2024 we were going to see this messiness going on over there and this little hope left for what's left of PlayStation?
But like, what's the jacked up part is like these dudes, right? These dudes in their mind, they somehow think that they're winning the game of life right now as PlayStation fans. Like, they feel like they hit the lotto. Bro, every game they release has not hit, right? Nothing that they've hit releases hit. Astrobot scored well, nobody cared about it. I mean, the pisser is a joke, right? Completely ridiculous. I mean, I agree, Farrell. I think Herman, the fact that he believed that Concord was going to be the next big thing, that it was going to be the next Star Wars for PlayStation, that it was going to overtake Horizon, as if Horizon was big, only to see Horizon Lego come out and flop even harder.
Him making Horizon the flagship IP of the PlayStation brand has been the biggest mistake of the generation. It just has. I'm not saying that they should have made a different game but the fact that you forced your devs to make Call of the Mountain, to make Lego Horizon, I mean, Forbidden West, that should have came out, but I mean, it's just like, canceling Days Gone, the game that people actually cared about. You know, it's just a mess over there.
It
So
is.
if not Horizon, then what game? Then what game could have been the game?
I mean, what game could have been the game? Whatever. I think probably Days Gone 2.
I mean, I think people would have been hyped for Days Gone 2. I think Ghost of Tsushima 1 would have been a game that you can rally behind better than Horizon for sure.
This is the problem. Look at what they're delivering with the new one.
Oh.
I think their issue is consistency with these characters.
That was a huge miss because they released that live service mode for Ghost of Tsushima and it was a hit. And instead of growing it and nurturing it, they shut it down basically. Yeah, they went away from it. I'm not saying it's not there anymore, but they didn't invest in it. They could have done a lot with that. That could have been what quote unquote factions was supposed to be, what Concord was supposed to be. You may have had that with the Ghost of Tsushima. That could have been, you know, kind of what replaced things like Dynasty Warriors and things like that. But they got away from that so fast. Like,
because I don't think it was ever a huge success. I think there was a zeitgeist of people who were hyped for it. Like it was in the conversation, but I don't think the numbers justified it on the back end. Right. It's kind of like Xdefiant, which we'll talk about later, which had like this huge kind of, I would say it was a build up to a huge hype, right? Like when it first was announced, nobody cared about it, but like over time, people started playing it and thinking it was good. It got the term COD killer thrown around, and then it just kind of shot his load. You know what I'm saying? And then that was the end of it.
COD killer, Halo killer. You know, we see how this stuff goes.
There's so many of those.
They keep trying to kill
so many
Xbox properties, and they seem like they can't do it. You know what I'm saying?
It's like they have no aim.
They got no aim. They got no aim.
But this is the problem, though. Like those numbers didn't seem right then, and then we see the numbers that they keep coming up with now. Like they keep falling short. And it's wild because it's just a different situation. I think right now they would have been happy with those numbers, possibly those Ghost of Tsushima numbers, considering what Concord turned out to be.
Yeah, because I mean they already had the install base, so you could have just sold some skins, and I mean at that point you just add a couple more maps, you'd have been good to go.
I actually never tried that mode, so I have no idea.
Me neither, but I know people that actually loved it, so I know it did do numbers for like the first month it was out. So,
but they don't blast it out there, so it's kind of like, and it's not like they have a service like Game Pass where if it was on Game Pass, they could have been like, hey, everybody check out this multiplayer mode that people are sweating, and then people would just go play it just to try the multiplayer, right? But
yeah,
you know, they suck, so that's what happens. So apparently I'm seeing in here, I didn't know this part of it.
Oh,
so the whole thing with Rod Ferguson and Diablo and Path of Exile was so Wilfrey Rosario, what's up, man? Said he said it the same day of the Path of Exile showcase. So he came out afterwards and said it. That's crazy. Yeah, Rashawn, what's up, man? So he said it after the announcement of the Path of Exile 2 live stream. That's dope as fuck. Wow. I did not know that. I did not know. So he's gangster. So he came out to slap him up. That's what happened. Like to put some respect on the name. Like, hey, listen, yeah, it's cute what you're doing over there. That's fun, but you ain't Diablo. You know what I'm saying? So, but you're trying to be.
You want to be.
You a Diablo like.
So,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is where you sit.
I get it now.
You don't sit at the table.
I feel that. Abdel in the building. What's up, man? Thank you for being here, bro. Appreciate you. Appreciate. What the fuck did I just read? Oh, I keep saying the P Lump show was wild again. LOL. That's was that Dirt's friend?
Yeah.
Or that dude that be going to Dirt show. Yeah, that's. I see everybody. Everybody's talking about Avowed being dope. Yes, for sure. Bounty in the building. What's up, man?
What's good?
How you doing, bro? Harry Ballsack. What's up, man? Thank you for being here, man. Freddie Fox. What's going on, player? Sparta661 says a role-playing game is to be played as being someone you are not. You can make or describe what you want to portray yourself. It's like D&D. Play who you want to play as. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole Avowed thing. It's just so, I don't know. It's a bit much. Jonas the Dad, what's up, man? Thank you for being here. Get Money. What's good, fam? All right. Let's hop into this. All right, let's hop in. Oh my god. Starting us off. Oh my god. Ozempic taking away that ass.
Oh, okay.
Taking away the asses with that $2 super chat. We must heal the flatbacks and save the peach.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but it's no healing Sony.
Oh, damn.
Damn. Man, I don't think so. I'm with you. I don't
They're
think
the flatbacks.
so.
They are the flatbacks of the world. I feel that. Oh my god.
Flatback and big back at the same time.
Damn. Poor Sony. Things are not looking good. Not at all. All right, let me get my chapter.
So the Gallopers rather stick around with the PlayStation 5 Pro than to go ahead and say it's not what we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, because the whole demand better thing was, just
that's only for Xbox.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. That's exclusive.
I mean, at this point, I would say that for PlayStation, the way that they're trending, the most you can hope for is that if you get another generation, that they try to become the Steam of the console side, because their first party might not exist in 10 years at this rate.
I'm telling you, it sounds weird, but I would say I'm not very optimistic on Sony having a first party in the long run, right? Not short term. Short term, they're going to play this stuff out, but I feel ultimately for them, they have the kind of the name recognition that brings the casuals to their box.
Mm-hmm.
As a, hey, this is a box that plays video games, so I'll get it. But they don't have the first party recognition to get those people who buy the box to buy their game.
Yeah.
Right. So it's kind of like, why it doesn't even matter. Obviously, these people are buying it to just have access to gaming and not for their first party. I mean, that's just
that's why it sounds like nonsense to me. The idea that the one thing that does bring in the money, they're going to put on hold for so long, right? Even if they were going ahead and releasing a handheld, you do know that the boxes is where it's at for you, right? You do have that brand recognition, and people are not necessarily going to stop buying the box, even if you don't have the games. So I find it odd that it felt to me like they were just trying to create urgency for the Pro, which wasn't necessarily moving the needle. But I do think if it were a PlayStation 6, that's a whole different story. I think that people who bought the 5 they're kind of like, okay, well, this is just an upgrade. I hold off till their next console. I think it may be silly or a loss of opportunity. And when it comes to those first party games, the more comfortable they get without having a new box out there and letting kind of Xbox going ahead and run things if they come out in 2026 and it does take them that long, that it's just going to water down. They're not going to come out here and really do anything. It's going to be easy to take that lazy route and say, okay, why even bother? Why even try at this point?
Yeah.
But their games, they did this to themselves. They had a path to go ahead and follow. And just like with that Lego game, they didn't want to follow the path of what a Lego game is supposed to be. They have this desire to go ahead and kind of break the mold and keep doing things that are not hitting with the players. You don't go ahead and have someone like Jim Ryan and who doesn't know a damn thing about games, right? Obviously, he continued on the path, and then he said, "You know what? We're just gonna go ahead and make gas games. Everybody, stop. This is what we're doing now." That was a ridiculous decision to go ahead and make. And for somebody who came out here and produced Horizon, to have him determine what games are the ones that are going to keep the players engaged, when it's like a universal thing that the protagonist for Horizon is like NyQuil. She is just boring as can be. And how can you possibly think that someone like that has the knowledge to go ahead and say, you know what, these characters in Concord, these are it. This is what's going to go ahead and keep the players engaged, and they're going to want to come in and buy skins for them. Like it doesn't make sense. So what's left of PlayStation in their desire to go ahead and back Herman and say that Concord was a great idea, and let's cancel all these other games to go ahead and support this. I mean, and let people go essentially to continue on this path. It's just to their detriment. The people that are gone now, you can't necessarily get them back. You can't get that talent that made PlayStation fundamentally popular, right? Their games that actually matter are not there anymore, and the people that were making them can't say, you know what, let's go ahead and pop one out. I have this idea. They're not there. So these studios, Naughty Dog, all these names out there, it's just the name. Just like PlayStation is just the name. The names are left. The people that made it what they are gone. So there's nothing there. Nothing here to see.
And then with the consoles not dropping in price and the PS5 Pro now being a $700 console, when you do release a PlayStation 6, you're pretty much locked into selling it for $1,000. You pretty much don't have a choice unless consoles do start to drop in price. As of right now, you're locked into a $1,000 console for the PS6, and that's DOA. You know,
it is
facts. I agree 100%. Yeah, it's not looking pretty for whatever the next one will be, but again, we do know that that's going to be a long time out, because the next piece of hardware they're looking at is a handheld for a PlayStation 5, not a PlayStation 6 handheld, PlayStation 5 handheld.
Yeah, but they won't know how to make the handheld until Big Daddy Phil teaches them how to make the handheld.
Of course, that's why they're looking at about 3 years from now.
And then even when that comes out, we already know that they're gonna find some way to be cheap on it and fuck it up.
Facts.
Agreed.
Facts. So I just saw something in here, and I don't know if this is true. Please tell me it's not true. Abid Kumar says the biggest news of the week was Baby Steps being delayed.
No.
Is it really delayed? I cannot believe this. My heart hurts.
You mean to tell me that PlayStation's game of the generation?
I cannot believe it.
There's no way. Did they? Well, listen.
Infinite says delayed to 2025. Wow. Man, I thought it was gonna make it.
I didn't think we were gonna see Baby Steps this year, but babe, first of all, can you put in the first three people in the chat? But I will say, listen, I didn't know this came up. I'm glad to hear about Baby Steps. Like Baby Steps, I was wondering where Baby Steps had gone. Were you not
hearing this news is not necessarily good. Because it could be they can do this as a buffer and then come as a buffer to see if they can get this game together. Then at the last second, be like, you know what? It's not worth it. The game is dead.
I thought it was dead, though. I thought it was
dead. It might be.
We had not heard a damn thing about it, unless they're saying this to kind of linger things around and have people who are not excited about Baby Steps still have hope that the game is going to release. What do you think, Farah? Do you think that this is just to kind of have people thinking that they're still working on games? Or like, I don't know if you felt the way I did. I didn't think that Baby Steps was gonna make it out. We had not heard about it since what, last year, the year before, when they kind of just had a little. That's how they started their show.
Yeah, I mean, the reception around that game was kind of the same reception we got when we saw Concord. So, I mean, I would hope that the game, would either change greatly or get canceled. Because it didn't really look like a good product, honestly. But I don't know. I mean, if it comes out, I'm sure it'll challenge Concord on its numbers.
But that's what I'm excited about, like, the stupidity of Baby Steps. This game looked ridiculous. To have the ponies get a game after Concord, after Astrobot, after Lego Horizon, and then Baby Steps, like,
This is how
this
you
would
open your
be
show.
beautiful. I would love for them to go ahead and release Baby Steps and see what the developers have to say about it,
Uh-huh.
or have it just be another flop. This is their new, fountain of games that they're getting.
Yeah,
It's not what they're known what PlayStation is known for. So they've taken this route, and I just love to see it. I would love for Baby Steps to come out early next year and see the comments from the developers and see how they feel about it.
Yeah, too bad they won't get a Secret Levels episode. Also, it's a shame. I want to.
I can't believe it. Are they still keeping the Concord one?
Yes. I can't wait. Can't wait to
That's wild.
have that memoir
An
episode.
That's an embarrassment.
When is this show? When is it coming out?
I think Secret Levels starts next week. Yeah, it starts after the Game Awards. I think that like the day after the Game Awards is the first episode of Secret Levels.
Does.
Yeah,
of course.
They've been showing previews of different stuff. Outer Worlds had his preview.
Let's see.
I don't know. It's all right. I don't know when it's when is it coming out, what it's going to be, but it'll be fine.
Oh, the Librex says that it's the episodes are dropping on Netflix. I thought it was Amazon. I thought it was Prime.
Yeah, it's on Prime every week after December 10th.
Okay.
So after December 10th is going to drop, but so is it dropping on Prime or Netflix?
Prime.
Oh, okay.
So God of War is getting an episode. Concord is getting an episode, and then PlayStation in general is getting an episode. Just
PlayStation in general.
Yeah, PlayStation.
There's a PlayStation episode.
There's a PlayStation episode, but there's a God.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
that's
Sony
crazy.
has. So you got a God of War episode, the Concord episode, and the PlayStation episode.
Wow.
We'll see.
There's a Game Adaptation newscast says there's no Xbox stuff at all. There's the Outer Worlds, Obsidian's game is in there. So
every game confirmed for Secret Level.
Outer Worlds is in there. That's so wild that game is still gonna have an episode come out.
Concord?
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be a good laugh.
Yeah, that's wild.
It's crazy that Sifu got an episode, but
so random.
Yeah,
I feel at a certain point it's really just came down to like who would be okay with us doing this. You know what I'm saying? Like who would be okay with us making this? Because the selection is so random. At the same time, you can also kind of look and see that Xbox didn't really give it any of its big things, but there's already a show for Halo. There's already a show and a movie being made for Gears of War, right? So it's like, whatever. Whatever. We'll see what it is. We'll see. All right. I got my chapter. Let's get the discussion going with with the fine folk at Digital Foundry. That's right. Newest puts out a tweet. Says Digital Foundry fires shot again on PlayStation fanboys who are saying that Black Myth Wukong runs like a dream on PlayStation 5, and especially input lag with the frame gen from 30 FPS to 60 FPS. So if you don't know what this is, so obviously we know that a bunch of games released on PlayStation that just didn't run good, right? Didn't run well at all. And if you hear a PlayStation person talk about it, they talk about it like it's glorious, how everything is all rainbows and sunshine. One of those games is Black Myth Wukong, right? We know it came out. We know the PlayStation struggled to run that game in any meaningful type of way, right?
Agreed.
So now I feel like Digital Foundry's been coming out and like saying things lately and doing different things that are weird for them. Like they're not normally doing this stuff, but let's hear this short clip where where they kind of bring it to light that some of these gallopers out here may just be glazing the situation.
Give it extra GPU power, and generally you get a better experience. So but I just can't help but think that maybe this is something that's going to happen further on down the road. Seemingly they've got an Xbox version coming out at some point, which is possibly a higher priority, you'd think. I don't know, John, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, those decisions are weird for sure, and I think they could improve it on the Pro. But like, I was surprised at how not sensitive people are to this. I commented that I was surprised to see people that played it on PS5 think so highly of it due to some of these issues. People were like, "What problems? Perfect, best game ever. It runs like a dream." I was like, "Well, what? I mean, frame generating from 30 to 60, like you can feel it. It's extremely laggy. Like, it feels perfect to me." I'm like, so like at this point, I'm like, I don't even know what to say. Like, people are very unsensitive to input lag more than I expected, and when you see those responses, you can see why a developer might just do it.
I love how instead of saying that it runs like crap, he says that people are not sensitive. Like he's trying to polish the way that he's delivering the fact that it runs like crap.
Yeah, it's true. So I mean, it's just I thought it was funny because obviously we live in this world where I don't know what type of glasses the gallopers wear that they see. It's like like rose tinted, like that they see everything just nicer in their minds, right? Like they feel like the world that they live in is in a better shape. You know what they remind me of? This is who gallopers remind me of, and you guys who know the game will understand. We Happy Few. So I feel like the gallopers are the residents of We Happy Few, and they take their happy pill and they keep it moving, and all the fire and craziness happening around them where PlayStation is literally not knowing which way is up. The games are not hitting. They can't make anything that is exciting for anyone. They don't know who their fan base is as far as like who are buying their games. And the fan base that talks for them is completely ignored and left out of the circle for years on end before getting a slight little tidbit of something. And I don't know, I feel like this here is just kind of exposing the idea that even though 100% like there's no doubt that the game does not run well, it's only running at 30 FPS, but they're using some type of frame generation, but it's not like DLSS frame generation that works immaculately. It's just them doing damage control and just kind of trying to keep this idea that, oh, the game came to PlayStation and the PlayStation's so great, so look at us, ha ha ha. When meanwhile, it's like the game just doesn't run well, and they don't want to say it, right? They don't want to acknowledge it. What do you think, guys?
I'm getting to the point where I don't know if we can acknowledge these gallopers as gallopers. Horses are strong. Horses have standards. Horses eat quality. These are pigs. They are eating slop. They are eating each other's feces and fecal matter at this point. This is they have been reduced to the to the piggers who just they drink from the pisser. They eat whatever slop Sony throws at them. They're pigs now.
Wow.
They're not gallopers anymore.
Love it. Yes.
They're
Please,
hogs.
let's get that going. First
The
of all,
swine.
Anything.
Is another word. We gotta find a catchy way of saying it, though.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Seriously. I love horses. And the fact that these gallopers have taken
No, they're not gallopers anymore because
Yes.
they're not holding them to a high enough standard to be considered gallopers.
Oh, I love this. I
not
love
gallopers
this.
anymore.
Yes. But listen, they should be fine with these new budgets, right? And the way that the graphics are going to be on these new PlayStation games. But we're talking about, they're saying they don't know, they didn't see it, everything was fine, but they're not buying these games, right? So what are we necessarily talking about here? People that haven't really paid up for it? Or the ones that did, maybe, man, like they should be fine with these new games.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be a problem then. If they're okay with anything that it's, that they're fed. But the reality is that these games are not selling the way that they should on PlayStation.
Yeah. I mean, 90% of Black Myth sales are on PC.
Yep.
Facts.
So
100%. And the piggies claim like they were all playing it here, but we know that they weren't, right? There's not that many of them that were playing it there. And at the end of the day, like, admittedly, Xbox had a moment that wasn't that bad, but it got crucified for, which was Redfall, right? And Redfall came out and it didn't hit the way that, the world wanted it to hit. And that was a pivotal moment for them where they changed everything. And since then, like, they've been locked in, right? Game's been great. Everything plays great. There's no BS. Where I feel like the exact opposite has happened for the piggies in their little pigsty box that they have, right? And it's like, it's just been downhill. Like, I don't even know from where. Like, I couldn't tell you where it's been downhill, but I don't know where the top of the hill is. PlayStation 4. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that was it. Like, that was the highest that they've been, and it's just been downhill since the PlayStation 5 came out. Nothing remarkable has come out of this generation for them. I mean, can you think of anything that PlayStation has put out this generation for the PlayStation 5 that has had any type of impact on PlayStation or gaming like the PlayStation 4? Exactly, that PlayStation 4 generation had, right? A remaster can't have impact, right? These sequels haven't had impact. What have they released that has made a wave? Because Xbox has released quite a few.
The biggest game they released was Spider-Man 2. I mean, Ragnarok.
Yeah, but
isn't Ragnarok on PS4 also? So
I think so.
Yeah, I think it's on PS4 also. So I don't think that's PS5 only. So I would have to go Spider-Man 2 would be their biggest game they released. I mean, Returnal flopped. Stellar Blade okay for a new IP, but not okay for, you know, a Sony standard.
Is it though? Is it? It kicked Conker's ass. And
I mean,
Lego
they sold like what,
Horizon
3
2.
million, 2-3 million.
What game are we talking about?
Stellar Blade.
Oh,
It's
Stellar
not to
Blade
the
only sold
standards of
like 2
Sony, but I
million.
think that they have a different standard now.
But that
Yeah.
was 2 million after time. It like announced it was like 1 million. It's like
Yeah.
over time, sure, maybe it grew. It's all in the same bucket.
Yeah.
That's a problem though. Even with Spider-Man 2, right? You think of what it made over time, and then you look at their bills and how much they spend making this game, and you think of, you know, the marketing and what goes to Disney and everything
Yeah.
else. If it wasn't in that 350 mil, you know, then that's a lot of other money coming out. So did it cut
Oh,
even? I don't think that's what they're in business for. They want to make profit.
I don't think any game really did great for them sales wise, other than maybe God of War. If we're going sales wise as a success for Sony, it's probably only God of War.
And that's the old generation. This one really didn't go crazy. I mean, we saw the numbers. It's not like anything huge came from it. And like even like Spider-Man 2, it's like that's the biggest IP in the world for the most part. You know, like Spider-Man is huge and it's not theirs, and they barely did what, 12 mil, I think the last numbers that we just saw on that thing, 12 mil.
And like, I think it needed 15 to hit the black.
Which is for what? Is worthless. Is a waste of a game release, right? And better off if they never made the game. Abacab72, thank you both for being here, man. Thank you for being a member for 9 months, fam. Appreciate you, fam.
Thank you.
Says Baby Steps is coming to PlayStation 5 and Steam. It's not a first-party game. It's done by Devolver Digital. Well,
okay.
Yeah, it doesn't. That's. I don't know. That game just seems weird to me that it even exists.
I like
but that's like the running thing about PlayStation, though, right? Like all the games that you think of are not first party, right? Like you brought up Stellar Blade. That's not a first party game,
Nope.
Right? Like that's just a game that they help fund it at the end or whatever the case is. They money had it, and that's it, right? Like this is what this generation is known for so far, right? Is their money hats.
Yeah.
It's not what first party has produced. They've produced sequels that nobody cares about. You know what I'm saying? Like,
when we go through the entire history of PlayStation, though, their first party has never been what has carried their brand. It's always been carried by third party. And that's why
I feel like PlayStation 4, towards the later parts of it, they did show up in a meaningful way.
Yeah, they had a little 6-year run.
Yeah, they had a little spurt where they were actually bringing new IP, good or bad, at least, you know, big investment, new IP, with the likes of Horizon, which again, nobody likes it like that, but still it was a big investment. It was a big risk for them to go from the first person shooter to a third person action adventure game, right? So they took that chance, right? Days Gone was a new IP that they made that fell victim to The Last of Us 2, you know, being so hyped and around that time. Last of Us 2 was on it was the PlayStation 4 gen, came out towards the end there. So like that game, you know, was a big deal. But you know, Last of Us 1 really was from PlayStation 3. So, but talking about new IP, you had that, you had the other one, you had Ghost of Tsushima, which, you know, for all intents and purposes was, you know, a big game for them, and it was a hyped game. And it's just like all those moments that they had in the PlayStation 4 gen, I feel like that's really only where there was actual excitement around it. Is gone, right? They haven't been able to produce anything exciting from their side, right? There's nothing exciting coming from PlayStation that we know of. And honestly, when you start, you know, eliminating the different companies that just made a game and stuff like that, and you start thinking about when something exciting might come, Well, Ghost of Yote, look, the game looks horrible. All right. Somehow it looks worse than Ghost of Tsushima did. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how they managed to do it, but somehow it looks worse based off what they showed us. Can the game turn out to be? I mean, if it's another Ghost of Tsushima, like, but that's what they're doing, right? Like, just like regurgitating the stuff that they've done before, right? They just throw a different skin on
That's the
it.
problem. And here we go with a new character, and you have to kind of engage with their story and kind of connect with it when you had already a character that people felt connected to. The decisions that they make just make absolutely no sense to me.
It feels like they do the same thing on the video game side that they do on the movie side. They make these one and done type movies, and you're getting the same type of one and done type games, and they can't make sustainable franchises. I mean, how many, like, if you look on the movie side, how many sustainable franchises does Sony Pictures have? I can't think of any.
I think it's just their Marvel stuff.
Yeah,
right?
Marvel stuff.
Spider-Man.
That's not theirs.
Exactly. I mean, that's the problem, right?
Yeah,
that's the problem.
And I think we're seeing kind of the same thing on the game side. I mean, they've been a little bit more successful with, creating a God of War and a God of War.
But God of War is not theirs either, technically, right?
Yeah. So
like they don't own the God of War, right? Anybody could make a God of War game, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, hypothetically, yeah. But
it's
just like they don't have that's why their CEO said we don't have enough IP, because they don't. I mean, they have Gran Turismo that they can lean on.
Which honestly is like a joke at this point, right? Like, it used to be big, now it's really not. Like, if Xbox released a Forza over there, the life of Gran Turismo would be over. Like, that's just the way it would be.
Like, I mean, all right, so on Nintendo side, you have your tentpole IPs that that they can make for the next 20 years. Can you make Horizon for the next 20 years? Can you make God of War for the next 20 years? Can you make what else? I don't know. Just trying.
Well, we know they couldn't do God of War because they had to completely redo it to bring it back.
Can you go back and do Uncharted for the next 20 years? Like,
The Last of Us, can they go ahead and do anything like that? And you said it, one and done. And that's why they continue to go ahead and remaster and bring back the Last of Us. It's like a moment in time for them that they can't seem to kind of, figure out the formula to go ahead and deliver again. They're hanging on to what they used to be, and that can't be moving forward everything you produce when it comes to like great games or the games that really grab the attention of the consumer.
Yeah, because I mean, what, Astrobot's not going to do it. Ratchet & Clank's not going to do it. I mean,
Ratchet & Clank is done pretty much.
Yeah, so I mean, they do need some new IPs, or they need something. I don't know where they're gonna get it from, but and I mean, they own Ghostbusters. Did they make Ghostbusters? Why don't they make a Ghostbusters
IP? Ghostbusters?
Yeah, don't got a Ghostbusters video game. That's a waste.
I mean, there are Ghostbuster video games, but I don't think they must have leased out the name or something like that, because Ghostbusters,
it's not first party. That's what I'm saying. They don't have like a
it's
first
not
party.
First party. That's that's everywhere. So something they must have done with that doesn't work. I mean, and this is the problem, right? They don't have creatives anymore, right? They are not looking for risk like that. They're trying to capitalize on IP. Remember they hit that whole business update or whatever.
Oh, I remember.
And it was all about how to take their IP and to use it in other crap. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all it was.
Yeah.
They want to do movies, TV shows, music. They want to do everything else except for make new and exciting games, right? I think they feel like they made like good enough ones and now are just trying to figure out how to milk it, right? Like that's why Horizon is getting why we've gotten so much Horizon, right? You got Horizon 1, Horizon 2, you got Horizon the PSVR, you got Lego Horizon, you got an online Horizon that they're making, right? Like they're trying to milk these things. And so far, let's see, the Call of the Mountain for the PlayStation VR flopped, right?
Yep.
It does not have, so Herman was out here saying how Horizon was their biggest, most important IP, right? Until Concord was going to come take that over. But since it didn't take that over because it's dead, right? Horizon is their biggest IP, supposedly. Yet, so far, every attempt that they've made on using the Horizon brand outside of the mainline game have flopped.
Yeah.
Lego Horizon, no one cared. Horizon Call of the Wild or Call of the Mountain, whatever the hell that VR game was, no one cared. The world is not interesting. Nobody wants spin-offs. Nobody needs more of that world. You already told these boring ass stories. Kill this chick. You know what I'm saying? Just kill her off.
Kill her off,
and bring the
seriously.
rise of somebody who's exciting.
Yo, that's what's wild. Like they don't know where to go ahead and do it. They killed off Joel. Like that wasn't it. Go ahead and kill this. Pop, pop, laid her out. Bring someone else new. She is not it.
Yeah.
Man,
Killing Joel was a mistake.
That's what they need to do. They love to move on from these characters. It's time to move on from this chick. She is not it. Bring someone exciting. I thought even like in the Lego Horizons, I was like, okay, well, at least she'll be more bubbly. And here you go. They ruined the game. And it's like, this is what she's missing personality.
And Lego games are all about personality.
Exactly.
It's just I get that the world is beautiful, but you need to go ahead and engage your players to that protagonist so that they can want to live through their story, right? Go ahead and play that out and connect with that. If you're not doing that, I think she's got to go. That may be the answer for that particular
It
IP.
might be too late. You know what I'm saying? Because Horizon and her are so intertwined. If you think of Horizon, if it's not Forza, right? Because that's the first Horizon that comes to my mind because it's actually good. Is Aloy or Aloy or however you pronounce her name, right? And it's like she's the worst character ever created. Like she is bland, she is uninteresting, uninteresting. I don't care. She's boring, right? She's boring. She's boring to play as. She's boring to see her talk. She's like the worst character, right? And I don't know why PlayStation. Well, Herman. I mean, I know why, right? Herman created her, right? That's his baby, and he's in charge. So he wants to treat it like his studio is the one who's making good stuff. I mean, think about it. No other franchise, no other brand has had any spin-off games. None of their other IP have done anything outside of their mainline games. There's no Ghost spin-off game. There's no Days Gone spin-off game.
Well,
there's no Spider-Man spin-off game. I mean, they have their own, but I don't consider those spin-offs. That's just like the DLC that was cut when they did like Miles Morales and stuff like that.
Do you think Herman may have been jealous of Days Gone?
Yeah.
And that's why we don't have a Days Gone sequel?
I think so. I think he didn't like, I think there's a lot of politics that happen over there. And I think that he didn't like, the way that there was like reception to that game.
Yeah.
Because even though it was like buggy, I think there was like a core group of people who were really into that game and into that world, and that world was way more alive than their whack ass robot filled world, right? Even for people who like robots, Horizon ain't it, yo. Horizon ain't it.
Because Days Gone has a lot more potential long term. Like you could have made an open world Days Gone game. It has a lot more.
You could have stories that could have kept going because the world itself had potential.
Yeah.
Whereas, this world just doesn't, man. It just doesn't. And this is what they have. It's what they're stuck with. And as long as Herman is in charge, I don't know how far they're willing to go with Aloy and where they're going to try to stick her. You know what I'm saying? Because right now, every place.
You don't think
I know where they're going to stick her.
They're
gonna stick her in the pisser eventually.
Oh my god. They're the ones who rejected the pisser. They said they're not using the pisser, they're just using their own thing.
Her time is coming.
Oh my god.
Really? Because they're that was the game that they brought up for the PlayStation 5 Pro.
Everyone's gonna get the pisser at some point.
Everybody's gonna get it.
Agreed. Yeah. I don't know. It's not looking good. It's not looking good for the piggies. The fact that Digital Foundry seems to be like checking them every once in a while, you know what I'm saying? Like almost like they
breaking the mold.
Yeah, like they're breaking character for a second and like getting into like the real mode where it's like, guys, we actually love PC. We hate all of you. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like their biggest thing. Like this guy right here, John Linneman, admittedly, he himself prefers retro. He's more of a retro gamer than a new gamer. I don't think they care about any of these damn consoles, but they know where their bread is buttered. But every once in a while, they take a day. They be getting questions into like their user, like during their podcast, they get like user questions. I feel like they ask themselves these questions when they want to talk some crap. You know what I'm saying? They put themselves in this situation with these questions. Oh my god, that's hilarious. All right. Anything else on Digital Foundry and their slapping of the piggies or anything like that before we move on?
It was a nice way to call them delusional, right? This is what we keep saying about these little piggies, right? They're out here acting delusional. They don't know what's left from right and right from left. Like they are in their own little world, thinking that everything is perfect. In La La Land, that PlayStation is making games. They're cooking in the back room, right? So that everything's so right, and that PlayStation 5 Pro is gold, that the PlayStation 6 is going to cost less money than the PlayStation 5 Pro. They have an entire roadmap that Hiroki is going to also roughly shut down. Can't wait.
Little piggies is hilarious.
Listen, I'm with the little piggies. I'm sick of them taking the freaking beautiful horses name and just slandering it. I love it.
Agreed. All right. So let me take my next chapter here. All right. So before we get over to the Ubisoft situation, I did want to go ahead and jump in to Call of Duty. That's right. Season 1 Reloaded overviews taking place. There is a lot that's going on for this Reloaded Season 1. I've been loving it. Doodle and I have been having fun getting into Call of Duty. It's honestly It's the best Call of Duty that they've
Yeah.
made, for sure. But yeah, they have a lot of. So it looks like they got Christmas stuff going on. They got new zombie mode. They have so much going on. All right, so season 1 reloaded incoming for Call of Duty Black Ops 6 and Call of Duty Warzone. All you need to know. So there is a pretty sizable update here, but we'll hit the highlights of it for sure. So the first thing is zombies is getting a whole new. I wonder if I can play this in the background while we just keep it like this. Or maybe, you know what? Let's watch it. Let's watch. It's short. It's short. Let's watch the new zombies joint.
You. I know who you are. And why you are here.
That was well worth the price of admission.
Get medieval on them before they get that evil on you.
Yeah, the sparks are flying now.
Let's burn this mother down.
Citadel de Morts. So
Yeah, she looks fire.
It does.
It does.
It does. It absolutely does. So this is the thing. Like, I used to play zombies when it first came out, like back in the day. Yeah, mucho spooky. But I kind of like over the years didn't really do it too much. Once it started getting crazy, I don't know if you guys remember, like there was like a disco season or some crap, like not a disco season, but like it was like a one of the zombie modes for one of the games was like a 70s inspired one or something, and that kind of threw me off, and I just didn't really care for it. But this one is really, really good, and I don't know if this is new, but when we were first playing it, it was just like round base, and you just pick the map that you want to play and just kind of play, and you got to figure out, you know, what to do. You know, it might guide you through which gates to go through next or whatever. But that was pretty much it. And they had to figure it out. And I've never been really good at figuring it out. But now they have a director mode or a directed mode where basically it almost turns into like its own little campaign mode. You know what I'm saying? Where like you're playing it and then you just progress through the objectives and it takes you where you got to do. And it's more about, you know, getting through it and surviving. And we've been having such a good time playing it that I'm pumped. There's a new map. You saw the weapons. You got swords. They look sick.
Yeah, swords look fire.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Babe, you excited? I know this is the first time you saw this.
Bro, it's freaking zombies is freaking awesome. They get hard, by the way. They come out there and it's insane.
Hold on. The zombies get hard?
A lot of them. They're on
A
you
lot
at
of
the
them
same
get
time.
So a lot of hard zombies are on you
Yes.
at the same time.
Listen, you know what I'm saying. It gets crazy in there.
It gets
Very
crazy with all the
populated.
hard
Yeah.
zombies on
It's
top
a lot
of you.
them.
How about we get out of this situation here and say very difficulty level very high after a certain point.
But exciting still. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, it's freaking it's dope. It's dope. What happened? What are you laughing at? C?
C is jelly. Yeah. No, it's no, honestly though, it's really a fun time. It's really a fun time. Have you hopped in yet, Farrell? Have you played any of it?
I've stayed away from the multiplayer. I've just been doing the campaign. So that's all.
How are you liking it?
I love the campaign so far. I gotta spend more time on it. You know, the holidays and everything's kind of taking me away from it. But I'm gonna try to finish it this weekend, and then I'm gonna try to spend way back to Metaphor. before indie drops next week or this weekend.
Oh my gosh, it's right around the corner. It's crazy.
It's a busy gaming season.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It is a busy game. I mean, crap, we still got Stalker that's out there.
Yep,
I don't know if you
Stalker.
started that yet, but
I haven't.
that's been so good.
Yeah.
Flight Simulator out in these streets. I don't know if you've tried that at all, but that's really good and it's intense. Like there's a lot. Like we eating good over here on Game Pass. And like I think there was somebody in here earlier, which is so wild because I get so confused with these people. I'm assuming he was a piggy. And I like this, by the way. Piggy is 100% how I'm gonna keep it. They're piggies, little piglets. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then now it makes sense. We're gonna cook some piggies.
Cook some piggies.
You know?
We do love us some bacon. You know what I'm saying?
Pork chops.
Bacon hour.
Ham,
Ooh, much better. I like
tenderloin,
this.
ribs,
Yeah,
everything.
This is good.
I doubt you'll get a animal harm thing for cooking bacon.
Oh shoot! Oh damn! Oh damn!
Oh, these piggies is wild. But yeah, so there was a piggy in here. I believe he was a piggy. Saying like something about, you know, we talk about the PlayStation 5, but like the best thing about Xbox is Game Pass. And it's like, and your point
isn't that where
like,
they have
that's
all of their games?
Well, we have Game Pass. That's the point, right? Like that is a phenomenal thing. But Game Pass doesn't exist without games. And they supply us with a massive amount of games. I guess I just don't understand the situation.
It's not the thing that makes Xbox great is not Game Pass. It is the quality of the games that enter into Game Pass. You have an equivalent service on your platform. It just doesn't give you quality titles.
Tell them, Power.
Like
that's right.
That's the difference. You would be excited about PlayStation Plus, whatever tier they call it, if they actually gave you games you cared about, but they don't. So you just shit on Game Pass while ignoring your own service that gives you nothing. Really, you should be shitting on your own service that gives you nothing and not shitting on Game Pass.
And hope that they go ahead and make it better.
Yeah.
But, you know, they're so busy. And that's what's mind-blowing. Like they're so busy with like talking about Game Pass and the games and excited celebrating when any games like Call of Duty or Indie are going to go ahead and hit their platform. And CMoney, you brought up something so important. If Forza enters PlayStation, the fact of the matter is that their freaking racing game is not going to matter anymore. And that's the reality of it. And it's mind-blowing that they don't seem to understand the fact that any more games from Xbox going on their platform is only going to make PlayStation look worse, make their games appear a lot more less than, right? Now you have more to compare it to, and you're going to see what's lacking over there. It's different if you turn a blind eye to the games that, you know, are on Xbox and you're not playing them, or if you, because I know a lot of these piggies have Game Pass somewhere. So if you're not experiencing the games and you don't have Game Pass and you think that everything that's out there that, you know, it's offered, it's on the PlayStation platform, then it's easy to kind of cope and kind of move it along, not seeing everything else that's out there. When you recognize that there are next gen games being made and you see what you're not getting on your platform, that's something that it's really difficult to go ahead and turn back to. The same thing if you go ahead and actually experience Game Pass, knowing that Game Pass exists and that they have a bunch of games out there. But once you're in it, it's a whole different story. Once you're playing the games and you go ahead and click on whatever game you want to play and it's just available to you, that's a whole different scenario.
Yeah, because if gaming is your hobby and like you play multiple games, it like you can't subscribe to Game Pass for a week or a month and be like, oh,
Exactly.
Game Pass isn't that. Over time, knowing that every week, every month, there's gonna be something there for you to play that's new is something that is, it's a great experience. You know, we as a player base of Xbox gamers are always excited about something new coming out and we're always playing it. Versus on the PlayStation side, we're seeing these games flop and we're seeing, some of the bigger figures in the piggy community. We're seeing them talking about, y'all shouldn't be mad that this studio closed. Y'all didn't support the game and this and that. Meanwhile, we don't have to hear about we didn't support the game. Like game comes out, we're all downloading it, we're all on it. Day one.
Exactly.
We didn't have to tell
Agreed.
any of our friends to pony up $70 for Call of Duty. We didn't have to tell any of our friends to pony up $70 for Flight Simulator. Is that an option? Yeah, it is. But for those who don't choose to partake on that option, they still have access to these amazing games and they get a chance to play them with their friends and they're spending money inside the game. So it's not like, Xbox isn't reaping the benefit one way or another. It's just a different payment model that benefits the consumer a little bit more than the previous a la carte model that we are accustomed to.
Exactly.
Agreed. 100%. Let's see what else is coming. So, first of all, I'm feeling the snow up here at Nuketown.
I can't wait.
I can't wait to get Christmas Nuketown. I can't wait. Look at that. The zombies with the reindeer and the elf hat. I'm ready. I'm ready.
I love
It's gonna
that
be
they
dope.
embrace the seasons, right? When you're going ahead and there's a holiday coming up, and especially like Christmas. I freaking love Christmas.
For sure. All right. So they have the little image here, right? I don't know how much you guys can see, but for Black Ops 6, they're gonna be doing, was it 1, 2, 3 maps? So they got a new map, which is called Racket, which is 2v2 or 6v6. They have a returning map, which is Hacienda. Hacienda, I think that says.
If you zoom in, I can read it for you. Hacienda.
Oh, it seems like if I wait, is that
Sounds like Spanish. So
did that make it bigger? I don't know if I made it bigger or smaller. And nobody knows. All right. Well, I think it's Hacienda, which is a returning map, and then Nuketown Holiday. So that's gonna be a variant. I'm very excited for that. Can't wait. December 5th that starts. Oh man, Nuketown. People talk crap about Nuketown. I love Nuketown. Nuketown is so good. It's such a fun map. Call of Duty Warzone, which I don't really play too much Warzone. They have ranked play coming and a new perk. Zombies mode. This is the winner here. So we got Citadel del Morts. What was that? Castle of the Dead, right?
Yeah.
Is that what that means, babe?
say the first part again.
Citadel del Morts.
It's not Spanish, but I believe so.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Citadel, like a castle of the dead.
Of the dead. Yeah.
All right. So then they got the new enemy that we saw that looked crazy in that video.
Yes.
We got a new perk, a new ammo mod, new field upgrade, and new wonder weapons, bastard swords. That's dope.
Yeah.
And then there's a zombie training course. There's gonna be new rewards, new augments, and new gobblegums, which gobblegums I'm still very confused on. I don't think I understand them fully. And then there's gonna be new weapons and attachments. So there's a new two new guns. There's I guess a new sniper rifle, AMR mod, and a new shotgun, Maelstrom, a new melee weapon, the cleaver, and then There's 2 new mods that go on there. One for the XM4, making it a 3-round burst, and then making the Compact 92 a 3-round burst, something like that. So that's there. And then Codmas, so they're gonna get into the Christmas spirit. So they got the Holiday Rush, I guess is a new mode. Sleigh Ride Resurgence, that sounds dope. Raw Snack. Oh, those are okay. So Holiday Rush and Sleigh Ride is for Warzone. Then Black Ops 6, you got, was that Ransack or Raw Snack? Ransack? Ransack. And then Infectious Holiday and Jingle Hell's Liberty Falls. That's in zombie. So they're gonna make the zombie map Christmas like. I'm down for that. They got Merry Mayhem is an event. Archie's Festival's Frenzy, which is an event, and then there's gonna be some new bundles, Sweater Ops, and what's that? Seasons Bleeding. That's wild. So there's gonna be new things to buy, which they've been getting me pretty good. And then the big thing is that Squid Game 2. They're partnering with Squid Game 2.
Oh, yes, I saw that.
Yep. So they're gonna have Squid Game 2 in that bad boy. So it looks
the translation is Fortress of the Dead.
Fortress of the Dead. Okay, I was close.
Or Citadel of the Dead. I mean, a citadel is a fortress, so
yeah. All right. I was thinking maybe I might, think that I had some Spanish connection to it and make up that Citadel might mean castle. You know what I'm saying? But it was just all an illusion. They go deep on more of the info. So if like you really want to learn about this Citadel des Morts, they go deep on the blog post here. Literally so much detail of every environment in like every part of the map. It looks like it's going to be a huge map. It looks gorgeous. This is going to be a fun game. Fun map to play for sure. All right, let me see. Guess the rest of it is just all about zombies. Man, they really dive deep. Holy hell. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot to look forward to. And this is the beauty about this. And this, I think, is going to be something that they're not going, like, that we haven't seen before, right? And that's the fact that this is in Game Pass, right? So Call of Duty being in Game Pass means every time they do something like this, an update like this may not be something that might make someone say, I do not own Call of Duty, but let me go buy Call of Duty, right? Like this Christmas event, right? Like that, it's not something that if you don't already own it or have interest that you would actually come and buy it, right? That's not what this would typically do. But in Game Pass, you show something like this, you show something exciting like this. First of all, this looks super dope right here. So you do something like this, and that can absolutely drive people to want to download the game and try it out.
Yeah.
And just see what it is. Got the Christmas spirit going on. Let's go ahead and oh snap. That is dope.
Yes.
The skull at the end.
Yep. That's sick.
Can I buy that or do I have to earn it? Because I don't want to earn it. I don't think that's possible.
Swipe.
This is Warzone. Oh, I don't even think you can use it in Black Ops. Interesting. All right. But yeah, I mean that's gonna be a big thing. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think that having it in Game Pass, you think there's gonna be a significant difference when it comes to these events that they do? Because you're really taking something that was never free to play, right? Warzone's free to play, but the main game has never been free to play. Which is almost what people always kind of talked about, right? Like at some point or another, you heard people say, yeah, they should just make the multiplayer free to play and just update it. I mean, there's 35 million people on Game Pass. I mean, that's a significant amount of opportunity for people to just download the game and play it, right? do you think you were going to see a big boost come the holiday with the new update and more people being able to play it in Game Pass?
I think so. I personally think so. I also think this is exciting and fresh for the players that are already in there to go ahead, and there are so many options out there of games to go ahead and play to keep them engaged and make them, make it fresh, right? Um so this is something that a game like Fortnite does so well. So for Call of Duty to be out here kind of going and doing following on the same pattern, being in Game Pass, it's freaking exceptional. The people in there are going to go ahead and enjoy it. And let's not forget, some people may be getting this game for Christmas and they'll be hopping in, right? And getting to experience this as well. It's not just who's been playing it, it's also the new players are coming in. The new players are coming in with the Nintendo Switch. So the fact that they're keeping it fresh and keeping up to, continue to keep you engaged, that's what you need. That's what you want. This is awesome. I can't wait to get back in there and check this out. When is this? Is this already in there or is this
No,
coming?
December 5th.
December
December 5th.
5th.
Next couple days. It'll be
Thursday.
in.
So that's
That's
awesome
right.
because December 9th is Indiana Jones. But see, this is the thing. It's like, okay, here you go. Get in here for now and then nice transition into indie, right? It's pretty awesome.
Yeah. What do you think, Farrell? You think this is having it in Game Pass? Or you think that's gonna make a difference come this season, like this
I,
holiday?
I think it already has made a big difference. I think it's going to continue to make a big difference. I think I mean, is Call of Duty probably the biggest game out there in most years? Yes, I mean it definitely is. Um, but even so, everyone doesn't play Call of Duty. And now that it's in Game Pass, a lot of people who may have, maybe I watched a couple streams of people playing Call of Duty, and maybe it seemed a little bit, too intense, for me to go dive into that multiplayer if I'm not a big multiplayer person. But hey, now it's in Game Pass. And I get to try out this multiplayer. Oh, the multiplayer is cool. It's not that bad. Oh, the campaign is awesome. You know what? I really like this. Let me check out Warzone. Oh, Warzone's pretty cool too. But I like, Black Ops 6 more. But now I could do Call of Duty Mobile also. Like you can really get people entrenched in your franchise who have never really been a Call of Duty person or who have stepped away from Call of Duty for a while because they may have not liked the things that were going on with the franchise in previous years. This gives those people an opportunity to jump back in. So I think, it being in Game Pass will do nothing but help because this is the, as many have said, the best Call of Duty in a long time. And I think they're going to get a lot of, Call of Duty players back that they've lost. And I think they're going to get a lot of new players who have never experienced Call of Duty before.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's huge. I mean, a perfect example would be like Boom, right? He didn't really play the multiplayer
Mm-hmm.
of Call of Duty much. He would just kind of dabble in the single player, like he would get every once in a while and play through the campaign. But he really kind of thought he couldn't really hang on the multiplayer. And then now that it's in Game Pass, he said, all right, he downloaded it and he's obsessed.
Yeah.
I don't like he's prestige like 3 or 4 or something like that. Like he's obsessed with it because of the availability of it, right? It's not, you don't have like that stress of like, man, if I buy this and I don't like it, I'm gonna feel stupid, right? Because I spent the money on it. Now it's just like you just
It's a
download
click
it.
away. If you already have Game Pass, it's a click away. It's that simple. And listen, it's not like you said, it's not a commitment. You're not feeling it, you hop right back out.
Yeah.
On to the next. But yes, it is a big deal what Game Pass has been able to do for Call of Duty, and not just Call of Duty, a lot of other games out there that got into Game Pass. And we saw a game and Becca, shout out to Becca, my girl. She said that she bought Power World, right? While it was in Game Pass. So a game like Power World that was seen because it was in Game Pass and then it goes to PlayStation and crickets, it's a perfect example, right? So there are
That's
a lot of
funny.
benefits in the marketing that you get from it. Your game being in Game Pass is a big deal.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's wild that you said that because, like, supposedly Xbox is nothing, yet Power World made such a big splash and it was such a big deal, and so many people played it on PC. So many people played it on Xbox. Like, announced how many people played on Xbox, not imaginary PlayStation numbers. And then that huge game goes to PlayStation, and lo and behold, nada, nothing. No one's playing it. No one's doing anything. It's the first time they had a chance to play that game, right? It's all just fake.
Yeah,
It's all
I mean,
just fake when they talk about these things.
Power did so good on PC and Xbox that Sony signed a deal with them to do anime and music and all that other stuff. But nobody on the Sony side wants to give the game a shot.
So what happened to that? Is that deal still in play? Are they going to go ahead? I know that merch as well, right?
Yes,
That
it's
they
not on
were
the
kind of
gaming side. It's everything
yeah,
outside of
TV.
gaming.
I mean,
Yeah.
we know where they're planning, where Hiroki's mind is at, and it's not with the gaming industry. He wants to go ahead and explore with new IP when it comes to movies and music and TV shows. I
Yeah.
mean, that
I
is
think
their focus.
I think they're looking for a soft exit from the gaming industry. I think they want to maintain their store, but I do think they're looking for a soft exit. Um, I don't think they want to, you know, continue to have to make the type of investment that they make into gaming at the moment.
I, I agree. Yo, you made me laugh, Space Shot. I saw that comment.
What do you say?
Where's Hiroki's mind at? Is it on those hard zombies?
Oh my god.
Listen,
You mean if
you
by
know,
hard zombies you mean the ones over there at what is it? Firewalk Studios?
Oh
oh,
damn.
oh,
Wow.
oh,
Those are the hard zombies he's focused on.
Wow.
oh, damn. Power's not messing around.
Holy mother.
Damn.
Holy mother.
Mm.
Mm. Mm. That's wild. That's wild. That was a good one. That was a good one.
That was good. That was good. But yeah, this is that's what they got to look forward to, though.
It is.
So, Squid Games. You have it right there. I see it. See,
Yeah, you know I gotta buy that bundle.
for sure. Go ahead, get us in.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get that. That's gonna be fire. That's gonna be fire in a major way. Goddamn game. It's so good. It's so good. All right. Any
Oh, I thought you were gonna read this. Okay, because you went into everything else. So,
Oh no. It doesn't. It just says green light for Call of Duty Squid Game. Look for limited time modes and multiplayer zombies and Call of Duty Warzone in season. More information coming soon. So it's not like a right now. It's not gonna drop on the 5th, I don't think.
oh,
But
no
it's
date.
coming soon. It's more like just letting us know, like, hey, we're getting Squid Game content.
This is freaking genius because the show is so popular on Netflix. Season 2 is dropping soon. And I can't wait to watch it. To bring Squid Games into Call of Duty is just perfect. It's like a here we go. Um, you promote us, we promote you. This is perfect. When something that is new and exciting, that's coming out, this is the way you go ahead and you make a splash.
I agree. I mean, listen, we've been waiting a long time for Squid Game 2. So the fact that they're partnering with them is huge. I think that's a smart get. I think ultimately it's it's good. It's a good thing. It looks dope. That's the biggest thing for me. It looks dope. I wonder if they're gonna do like the way they made it sounds like they'll have events for it. I wonder if they're gonna do like any maps related to it or any game modes. I'm excited to see what it brings.
Yes, I'm excited to see them do more like this. I hope this is not a one and done when you go ahead and you connect your things to something that's like releasing soon or it's hot at the moment. That's a good way to get attention. Like you want to go in and get the skins and you want to go ahead and try them out and even if you have them, right? You want to have them. Even if you can't play at the moment, you're like, let me go ahead and get these skins and then I'll hop in later and play. That kind of excitement is something that it's very important in these types of games.
Agreed. Agreed. All right. Anything else Call of Duty related um that you want to talk about before we move on to the next before our next chapter? Nada?
No.
All right. So let me take my chapter. All right. So it is time. Ubisoft. Ubisoft is it's going through some things right now. It's going through some things. Um First it was the game and then there's other reports on top of it. So the fact that Xdefiant is officially dead. If you remember a few months ago, maybe in the summer, um we spoke about rumblings that they're planning to shut down Xdefiant, right? But it wasn't official, and there was just a bunch of words about this, um, and I mean, I guess the rumors were true. It is official. It is done. They are shutting it down. So let's read some stuff from them, and then we could talk about what we think what happened. What do we think this means going forward for Ubisoft? What does this mean for Xbox potentially? Don't know. We will discuss it. But let's start with the actual Twitter account from Xdefiant. It says, "Dear players, important message. Xdefiant is sunsetting with exclamation point in all caps." That sounds like they're pumped for it. So
It sounds
yes,
that
we're
way.
finally done. Says, "Thank you for your incredible support and dedication to Xdefiant. We regret to inform you that we are initiating the sunset process starting today, December 3rd, 2024. As a result, new downloads, player registrations, and purchases will no longer be available. Season 3 will still launch. The servers will remain active, and the game will be fully playable until June 3rd, 2025. For those who purchase the Ultimate Founders Pack, you will receive a full refund. Players who made any purchases within the last 30 days will also be fully refunded. Please note that processing these refunds will take up to 8 weeks. For more details, please visit Xdefiant. Below is a personal message from executive producer. We're going to read that, and he did his own tweet. He says, and then it says, "Thank you for being part of our journey." So, first of all, if you're listening right now and you have invested in Xdefiant, go get your refunds.
Yes.
I don't know if it says you will be refunded. It's
In the last
making it
30
seem like
days.
you will be refunded. So if you spent money in the last 30 days, or if you purchase that Ultimate Founders Pack, keep an eye on it. You got 8 weeks. Put it on your calendar. If you don't hear from them by the end of that 8 weeks, start to riot. Get your money back.
I say start to riot now. Where's my money?
Yeah, just
You
in
never
case.
know.
Just
You
in
never
case.
know.
All right, and then this is Mark Rubin. He's the guy who, what did we just call him? The executive producer. So Mark Rubin says, "Hello, Xdefiant fans. I am unfortunately here to announce that Xdefiant will be shutting down. Starting today, December 3rd, 2024, new downloads and player registration no longer be available. We will still release our Season 3 content in the near future, exact date to be determined, and the servers will remain active until June 3rd, 2025. I love how they're going to release it in like the near future. They don't know when, but they know when it's gonna close. You know what I'm saying? They don't know when the last season's
The
gonna
day before
start.
we shut it down, we'll release it.
So if it starts late, soon, doesn't matter. It's gonna end on June 3rd, no matter what.
Yeah.
And I don't know who the hell will play the game. Like, why would you play a game that you know that everything you're doing is for nothing at that point?
It's over.
Like, it can't be for quote unquote fun, right? Because you could be spending that time investing in the new Call of Duty or any other game and have fun,
Game
right?
that's not dead.
So
might just keep jumping. You know, the piggies might just keep jumping off the level until they get their platinum.
Oh, true that. I feel that. They are about they're known for that. He continues, for those who purchase the Ultimate Founders Pack, you will receive a full refund. Players who made any purchases within the last 30 days will also be refunded. Those refunds should happen automatically within 8 weeks of today, and you can find more details on our official website, xdefiant.com. Okay. Now this is where he starts getting into what's going on and what took place. A few years ago, Ubisoft and the San Francisco dev team embarked on a bold adventure to develop a new arcade shooter called Xdefiant. It was from the start an incredible challenge. Not only were we trying to shake up the genre by removing skill-based matchmaking, while bringing back a more old school arcade shooter experience, but we were also diving into the high risk, high reward for realm of free to play. And for that, I want to applaud not only the dev team, but also Ubisoft leadership for taking that chance. Free to play, in particular, is a long journey. Many free to play games take a long time to find their footing and become profitable. It's a long journey that Ubisoft and the teams working on the game were prepared to make until very recently. But unfortunately, the journey became too much to sensibly continue. I am, of course, we have to. I wonder if they're gonna like go deeper into this, the journey that they were prepared to make until very recently, and what was that very recently. So let's see. I am, of course, heartbroken to have to be writing this post. Yes, this game has been a personal passion for me for years, and yes, I know that not all challenges lead to victory, but I also want to recognize all of the developers who are being affected by this closure. Each and every one of them is a real person with a real life separate from our own, and they have all put so much of their own passion into making this game. And I hope that they can be proud of what they did achieve. I know that I will always be proud and grateful to have worked with such a great team, a team that really punched above its weight class. And what they achieved is truly remarkable. The early response from players when Xdefiant launched was amazing. We broke internal records for the fastest game to surpass 5 million users. And in the end, we had over 15 million players play our game. That is something to be extremely proud of, especially considering how tough this genre is. So, thank you to all of the developers who put their passion into making this game. I mean, that sounds good. I mean, I want to finish this. We could talk, dive deeper into it. But to have that many people play your game and not want to stick around doesn't doesn't mean what you like what they would like it to sound like. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a free game. So yes, you convince people through trailers and ads, you convince people to come in, but they all left and didn't stick
They
around.
left. They didn't spend any money. Like what happened? Something was obviously lacking. It is difficult to go ahead and crack through and make something stick and make people interested, but you have to keep them engaged. If you can't do that, then at the end of the day, it's difficult to hear these type of things because it's over, right? If it were doing well, it wouldn't be. So
Yeah, so like as much as you're proud that
awkward.
somebody clicked the button,
Yeah.
it's also very telling that what you made did not engage them, right? And maybe what it should be is a warning to the people who keep trying to make games that are in very established markets, right? Like I understand that there's always a new game that can come and take somebody's place, which is fine, but it's always a big risk. And it's like, what did it do really? Like sometimes you're just different for the sake of being different, right? And like nobody asked you to be that different because it's like I don't want to do that other
Yeah.
crap that you're trying to make me do. You know what I'm saying?
Like Concord with their storytelling every week that
Yeah,
they were
it's like
planning to do.
what did you
Yeah.
think that was gonna do? All right, but let's continue because we'll finish and then we can talk. If there's one thing I hope we can all take away from this experience is the importance of open, honest communication between developers and players. This player first mentality, and I love how he puts quote unquote this quote unquote player first mentality along with respectful, non-toxic conversations between developers and players has been one of the standout differences that made Xdefiant so special. I feel like that's a load of crap because I know there was a lot of toxic conversation that was happening for a while with them. But says from my very first post about Xdefiant, this was the vision I wanted to champion, and I hope it leaves a positive mark on how the game industry treats its players and communities. But this is the thing, and I don't understand. Like, I understand you wanted to like try to create a trophy for yourself, right? Like, that's cool. But why would anyone take from what you did when what you did
Yep.
ended in failure?
You do
Like,
not take advice from people who are in a position you do not want to be in, and that's just the reality.
if anything, like it would make people want to do the opposite of what you did, right? Like what you showed is how to take something and not make it successful. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like why would it like the mark that it's leaving is like I guess it is a positive mark. People are going to avoid doing what you did because what you did failed.
It's like
I don't know.
saying, you know what, let's go holler at I want to make a game. Let's holler at Firewalk and see what they
Yeah,
think
Firewalk.
about
What
what
did
we're
you do to make
doing.
such a successful failure? You know what I'm saying? As when I fail, I want to fail successfully. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is that?
Listen, I get it. He's trying to boost up like the
Himself.
idea of
He's trying
what
to
they've
boost himself up.
created and what they've done, but like the words do not do the words do not match the reality of what's taking place here.
It doesn't. He continues saying to our players, thank you. From the bottom of my heart, I want to express my deepest gratitude for the incredible community that has grown around Xdefiant. Your passion, creativity, and dedication have inspired us every step of the way. With the utmost of love and respect, Mark. Well, Mark, RIP, bro. It was not listen, this is the thing. This is how you know, like Twitter has like hundreds of millions of people, right? Or at least a lot of people. I just made that number up. It might not be that many. But definitely more than 15 million, right? And it's like, bro, like 1.2 million people saw this. 5 million were there day one, 15 million plagiarists. Like they didn't even care enough to follow you or Xdefiant in any way, shape, or form. You understand what I'm saying? Like those
Get it,
people didn't have
100%.
they didn't have interest in following up on the game. You know what I'm saying? Like if this post had like 15 million views, I'd be like, wow, well, at least they all showed up. You know what I'm saying? Like they all showed up for the funeral. But like these people are gonna find out years from now that game that they downloaded once and never actually played or turned it on one time, got in and bounced is gone.
It's
You know what I'm
gone.
saying? Like
Listen,
they're not
they
looking
may
back.
not even know, and they may never find out because they won't care. And I'm sorry to say this, but the reality is, with the amount of games that are coming out and the way that the industry is moving, this game will be forgotten, and it's not a always remember all this nonsense, the type of speech that he's trying to put out there, it's dead and gone. That's the reality.
All right. So I do have a little more insight over here. So insider gaming, Tom Henderson, he actually posted about this like right before. So like I guess somebody tipped off like, hey, they're gonna post this at a certain time, check it out. And then he went live with it first. And then so he had it right before it actually went live. So he wrote, the news was mentioned in it. So obviously, several sources have revealed that Ubisoft will be shutting down Xdefiant in June 2025. The news was mentioned in an internal all hands meeting today. The decision was made due to poor player numbers and a lack of player spending, according to sources familiar with the decision to sunset the game. It's understood that layoffs will impact a significant number of employees at the San Francisco studio and supporting studios, with some staff already receiving severance information. Another wave of layoffs will happen in February, with Ubisoft San Francisco and Osaka closing its doors. Oh, damn. Ubisoft San Francisco. Didn't they make Driver? Remember Driver? The old series Driver?
I remember the game.
Dumb.
I just don't remember.
I feel like it was them who were the ones who made it. It said around 170 to 180 people are understood to be losing their jobs. Season 3 will be the last entire season of Xdefiant, with the skeleton crew maintaining the title until June 2025. According to those familiar with the situation, Ubisoft will be updating Xdefiant players on refunds for cosmetic items and other purchases at a later date. Xdefiant started its uphill battle soon after the release of Season 1, with a lack of player spending, having the team scrambling to cut cost. In August 2024, Insider Gaming reported that Xdefiant was on borrowed time. Despite initially having strong player numbers, frustrations within the studio were always aimed at its leadership, who refused to take responsibility for the project's shortcomings, which could have been avoided with a better studio culture. What the hell does that even mean? Are they trying to say that if there was a better studio culture, that more people would play the game?
That's exactly what they're saying.
Are they cracked out?
I think so. I think
Do they think that any player gives 3 craps how their day job goes? What? What were you gonna say, baby? I'm sorry. I didn't understand.
I think
No, I thought you said you think that.
Well, I think that's exactly what they're trying to put out there. I mean, so obviously this has been a struggle for quite a bit, and they're even pointing fingers, in trying to figure out who's to blame for this mess. I love how people put things out there and they want to make it seem a certain way, and then you find all the bits of information. So they're essentially doing this gradually, letting people just go. And obviously there was a disconnect, right, with what they were expecting. The higher ups, they're doing their thing, and what the others expected, some of the other people obviously expected the game to be. um Listen, the players weren't there. I'm not sure, like, if you had something that was fundamentally well done, even that is not a guarantee that people will go ahead and show up. But you did have people show up, they just didn't stay. So that's on you in the work you put in.
Yeah, let me finish reading it, and then Furrow, I'm gonna have you hop in,
Sure.
just so we could be done with the whole thing. So in late 2024, I reported on the studio's toxic work culture, and despite an internal, why do they think people give a crap? I'm sorry, but I think this is the stupidest thing where they talk about the toxic work culture. No gamer cares, right? Like no one cares how there's plenty of people who go to work in crap environments, but they gotta feed their families and pay their rent and pay for their bills and all this other stuff. So you just do your job, and it is what it is. Why do people think that these jobs are supposed to like
nurture
you and make
cuddle you into
like go make your own company, dog? Like do your own
something.
thing.
And it's crazy because there's such a disconnect, right? And in a lot of these developers come out here like this, as if there is supposed to be like, even when they let people go from certain studios, and it's like, yes, obviously it's sad when people lose their jobs. So people lose their jobs all the time, right? And there's just like a different type of held to a different standard of how you're supposed to sympathize to these people versus others, right? I don't get it. Obviously, it's unfortunate, but at the same time, I mean, if you're not doing your job, they're not there to make an environment, because everybody's different, right? Let's keep it real. Everybody's different. Everybody works best in certain environments when it comes to how much work you can do, or how you excel at your job. But the office is not there to go ahead and figure out exactly what everybody needs to go and create this fairyland so that you can maybe produce the way that they expect you to. I feel like times have changed so much. Before you went, you got a job and you did your job and you figured it out. And yes, you went to work. They weren't like throwing confetti your way and making a rainbow cloud for you to stare at. Like it's this freaking snowflake, like this la la land idea of what a job is. It's a job.
Yeah,
You do it so that you can get paid. I don't know.
All right, bro.
I just, toxic work culture. I think that words gets thrown around a little bit too much. I mean, if you're working on a project and it's failing, I don't expect the meeting to be all, positive when I go into it. Like I expect it to be, I expect the toxic environment, and I expect the workers to, pull up their sleeves and start grinding to get things back on the right track, because if it doesn't, this is the result that you're going to get, where 200 people get laid off and the doors get closed. Like, I think workers have to understand that when they dive into these high risk type projects, that if you're not committed in a inordinate way, that there's a good chance that your doors are going to close. Free to play live service games are very hard to make it. And if you decide to work on that type of project, you have to understand the risk and the commitment that it's going to take until that game gets off the ground and is a success. Because if you're doing that type of high risk project every day, you don't know if your job's going to be there. Realistically, because it is high risk. Your player base.
You know what? Someone's paying the bill, right?
Yeah.
For this free to play game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if someone's paying the bill and it ain't you, you're getting paid to do your job. Do your job. Whoever, I tell you right now, if you drop the ball going ahead and making this free to play or whatever part you play in it, the person that's feeling it the most is whoever's putting out the money to get the game made. So yes, they are pissed.
Yes.
They're annoyed. They're frustrated, right? And they expect you to come through and fix it or figure it out. And that's the reality of it.
It's such a worker mentality, right? Like it's very easy to just be like, well, I showed up to work and I gave my time, as if like the person who's paying you gives a shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
like they're paying you. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the whole. You didn't come here out of the goodness of your heart.
Oh,
you came here because you knew you were going to make money, right? Like if you don't like it, then leave. And guess what? If you're talented enough, you'll have no problem finding another place. Now, the people who are stuck in these situations are the people who know that they probably aren't that good. You know what I'm saying? They're probably not talented enough to go ahead and do this. And people like forget, I don't know what this is, this world that we're living in. Like, I don't know how corporations are going to exist in the future, but like how do you think you get ahead? You know what I'm saying? Like corporate world is cutthroat, right? There's only so many, like it's a pyramid, right? Like the top is the smallest point, right? With the most, but like then it goes all the way down. All of these people will never be up here, right? So all these people want to play kumbaya, and actually I would say it's the easiest place for people from our generation. If I wouldn't say from our generation, if you're young now but you have like the soul of our people, easy for these people in today's world to just move up the ladder, because you know what, no matter how young the bottom is, the top is still old as dirt, because they're the ones with the money, and they are going to respect the hustler who comes up, not the kumbaya singing fools who want to get in a circle and be like, oh, everything should be great, and I don't like that they were mad at me because I didn't do my job right and I didn't do my job on time, and that's toxic. No, man, you're a waste of breath in the work world. Okay, go open up a flower shop and go talk about dandelions and daisies. Okay, get out of here, man. I'm sorry. I don't care about any of this stuff. There's no time. You know what? I worked where before I had my own place. What do you like? This is life, man. The guy who's paying me was always giving me crap, and it was annoying, right? But did I just leave? No. I hustled, I worked it out, and I made my own stuff. But the whole point is that if you're not going to do that, then shut up.
Yeah, because I mean,
then shut up. The world's not going to change for you.
No, and now the thing is that they think that they can go on social media and cry about nonsense. It's like everybody has a job.
Yeah.
Everybody has to figure it out. If people get fired, they need to go ahead and get another job and figure it out. I mean, it's being a grown up.
It's these
I'm just
kids,
saying,
bro. Like these young people, they're so entitled. They growing up in this crazy world where they think like the participation award is like the norm. Like that's what's supposed to happen. Like, no, dude. I don't matter how much money you make. I don't care how much I'm paying you. Okay, if I'm paying you minimum wage, my minimum wage investment in you, I want 10 times that amount of work done. Okay, I don't want the minimum wage done. I want 10 times what I'm paying you to be done, right? Because if you're not going to do that, then I'm going to find somebody else who will do that, because that's life. We got to, like, the people who are paying, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's their money, right? Nobody's paying them, right? They need the product to produce. They need whatever it is that they're selling to produce. And these are all products, right? These are all products, right? Game adaptation. I didn't say you're going to get 10 times. I say you want 10 times. Okay. I'm saying that you want the most for your money.
Freaking 1%. They want to sit there and stare at the wall or go and do some other nonsense. Like, you have to put in the work. That's just the bottom line. That's the bottom line. And what is toxic, really? Like you said, Farah, this is just thrown around now. Like, toxic is toxic. That's a big word to use.
Yeah.
Like, what they say to you? Are they walking up to you and slapping you every day? Like, are they walking up to you and saying, hey, you suck? Every day they see you walk through the door. Hey, what's up, Tim? You suck ass.
Yeah.
Look at this guy, Tim. He sucks so bad. Everybody look. Like, is that what's happening? Like that, I would say maybe is aggressive. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you gotta,
like, that might be aggressive.
Gotta be realistic. I mean, it's live service. It's high risk. It's live service plus free to play. That's ultra high risk. And that's the job you applied for. That's the challenge you took on.
Even if it wasn't free to play, even if it's just a regular game, like every game is under the gun because all these games cost a lot of money.
Yeah, look at all these studios shutting down. They make one they take one misstep and it's over.
Yeah.
It's
there's a reason why, you know, these successful companies gauge this stuff, right? Like, Phil, he came out and he said, like, listen, even though we have all this money, this is not a charity, right? Yeah. Microsoft is not a charity. They're not saying we have all this money, we can just spend it all and don't care if nothing comes back. It's okay. No, everything has to work. Every studio has to hold its weight. Now, every studio has a purpose. They don't expect certain studios to make games that are going to blow the financial minds, right? That everybody's going to buy and they're going to sell hundreds of millions of dollars worth of it. But they know, and we heard this from Matt Booty, and this is why Xbox's structure is so sound for them. And again, like the people that they laid off and the things that they had to close and stuff like that, there was all very specific reasons for that. It wasn't because of a Microsoft failure or an Xbox failure. There was reasons and purposes why these things had happened. But they structure everything correctly. There's different studios that are responsible for different parts of their business. There's games that are just going to be made to feed Game Pass, right? Mm-hmm. That are there to just keep the wheels spinning, keep people engaged, keep people subscribed. And then there's games that are going to keep making a lot of money, like your Call of Duties of the world, right? Mm-hmm. Like this is all known. There's no confusion here for them. That is why they are in such a great position in the industry. This is why we talk about, these people. You wouldn't, Trey Bone. This is the fact. Okay. That's what I'm telling you, yo. Like, you gotta understand, like, money, like you don't know until it's your money on the line, where you're spending this money, how real things get. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just what it is. He said, I wouldn't want to work for CMoney. Listen, it's different roles. You would, right? Different situations. I have a lot to teach. But that being said, that's why a company like Ubisoft being private is a problem, right? Because everything relies on them and their success. And they have so many people who are involved in their company, like tens. I think they have like 10,000 people. And, as much as people talk about everything kind of going into each other and becoming one big blob of studios, and they don't want consolidation and all this other crap. At the end of the day, like Ubisoft would be something that would benefit way more if like a Microsoft were to buy them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what it is about. I know they can't buy them, right? They can't buy them because of the cloud deal that they have. So it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But I bet you Ubisoft is kicking their ass with this cloud deal, because I think that they were really in a situation where it would benefit to get purchased, because they have all these studios, they have all these IP that can be great IP, that are great IP for the most part, but it's just like, how much are they willing to risk and how much are they willing to invest, and what are they willing to do for those IP to keep going on? I mean, this is where they have problems. You know what I'm saying? And in a world where they didn't own those cloud rights, I feel like they're very similar to ABK when Xbox was about to buy them. You know what I'm saying? Things going on in the culture there, things happening, with the games, and Call of Duty was constantly going down, even though it was still the biggest. It was like degrading. Like every next game was like another kind of, lower quality game or whatever, that the way people felt about it, at least. And look at them, they got they got purchased and they're thriving. They are thriving now, right? There's no more talk about ABK problems, right? It's been a couple years now. Was it a year or 2 years? What was it? 2023 it closed fully? End of 2023, maybe? End of 2020?
Wasn't it
they're going on, they're like that 2 full years now. Okay, or coming up on 2 full years, like a year and a half. Okay, because they closed in October.
Okay, so then this was just a year.
Yeah.
Now, so it's almost a year and a half. So, like, But look at them in that short amount of time. There's no more talk about toxic whatever happening over there.
Oh.
There's no more problems. It's just and the games they're releasing are more successful than ever.
And
And
their old
Microsoft was
IP have
able
life
to do
because
it.
of Game Pass too. Crash Team
Exactly.
Racing.
Yes, we're gonna talk about Game Pass for sure. Next actually. But this is what it is, right? They are in a position now that they are secure. They're not worried about their financials. They're out here doing their thing, and that's it. And that's what we found with essentially everyone that Xbox owns now, right? Any turmoil that existed, we know Bethesda was going through things before, now that's all kind of cleared up. They're just making their stuff. Starfield was amazing, indie looking very, very promising. And we're gonna keep seeing more, but the studios that they had purchased in 2018, 2019, finally now games are starting to show themselves, games are starting to come out or get ready to come out, right? They're in a great position right now. Ubisoft, how do they change this? Right? Like how do they change their situation without stability? Right? We've been hearing a lot about what they have going on. And, when it comes to games being canceled, so many games have been canceled over there. Games that were coming out, delayed indefinitely or delayed to redo everything. Studios that they are basically like going back to, um, they want to put out a lot of Assassin's Creed games. If you remember, that was what they did to kind of really build their empire, right? Like Assassin's Creed was really like their big hit, and they did that yearly release, and there was always another Assassin's Creed, and it worked for a long while. But then it stopped working, right? And you see them kind of desperate, and they're like, well, maybe we can go back to that. But like even that attempt has been kind of stymied with like this new world that we're in, right? Where, when they built that game, they probably thought it made sense to have you know, a a woman like a woman ninja or whatever she is in the game, and like a black samurai. And then like, fast forward 2024, we're in a world where if you're any of those things, then you're, you know, a DEI situation or woke or whatever the case. And it's like how do they what do they do? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are they gonna do? Like, how do they fix this scenario? I don't know what Ubisoft can do to change their scenario. Sony can't buy them.
No,
You know what I'm saying? Like, Sony
they
can't
shouldn't.
afford to take
I
them
mean,
on.
it'll be a mess.
It's only really Tencent in the game space that would be interested.
And what is that going to mean for them, right? I mean, Tencent has the money,
Yeah.
right? So that would solve that problem. But I don't know. I really don't know. And then yeah, I see people talking about like Star Wars, Outlaws, which I thought was a great game, but again, kind of hit with that same issue, right? That people are out here talking about. And it's like it seems like they can't
get it right.
get it right.
It has to be difficult to go ahead and reset when you don't necessarily know where you went wrong, right? Assassin's Creed was supposed to be a huge release, a big
Yeah,
deal.
finally to
They
Japan.
had
Everybody wanted this.
Yes,
Yeah.
they had the collector's edition. It was out for pre-order. Everything was kind of like set to go. It was beyond that, according to some of the things we saw, just even in the world, that they didn't do enough research to go ahead and you know deliver the game properly or the environment. I don't know myself. That's what they were saying out there, but how you're seeing the issues and the problems that they're going through, and now you're seeing them kind of shutting things down. you know, the money that went into Assassin's Creed, what's going to happen with that? They're going to be able to kind of like figure that out. Even the people that were excited for it, how much of that has trimmed out? And by the time the game actually releases, is it going to still get the attention, or is it going to be old news? I think for Ubisoft right now, with all the troubles that they're going through, if they went back, kind of like to get a little bit of time to those older Assassin's Creed games, and they go ahead and they remaster or remake some of those, to kind of just go back to their roots, right? Stop making mistakes, and it'll buy you some time. Go ahead and get those games remaster. If you can't remake them, excite the crowd, because some of those games were amazing, right? So start from the beginning, kind of like how they do with Resident Evil, right? Go ahead, go from the start and
Remake them, remind everybody.
get people's
They
attention.
they
I
actually
think
really
that
should.
their
They should
worlds
retcon
are
it, actually.
stunning. They're beautiful, and you go ahead and you get yourself a little bit of time. You buy yourself a little bit of time, and in that time continue to work on your new Assassin's Creed, and releasing your older ones will get people excited for the new one again. I think that's the path they need to take. Forget the fluff, forget the extra. Everything else needs to pause, take a moment, um shut down what you need to shut down. But those Assassin's Creed game is where it's at, that they can kind of go back to and lean on that for now, and go ahead and fix that Assassin's Creed world that you had going on. Figure out how you can go ahead and release that game, but after people had a palate cleanse, from what took place.
Agreed. I see Cassia in the building with that
Kaseya,
public
what's up,
service
love?
announcement. Everyone hit that like button for the first
baby.
family of gaming. Oh, Cassia,
Thank you,
appreciate you,
baby.
homie.
Thank you.
Thank
love.
you so much.
Happy
Thank you so much.
Tuesday.
I see Edward Lafley saying Ubisoft needs to shrink and sell some IP, then focus on making games. The Crew, Assassins, Rayman, Rainbow Six, The Division, For Honor, smaller, tighter games with less bloat. The problem is that a lot of those games you mentioned, like Rainbow Six, that's essentially a dead IP as far as doing anything with it. Like, they made this game that is like this multiplayer game now. They got out of the single player game with it, and like, do you ever hear about it? I know tons of people play it, right? There's just a diehard Rainbow Six community. I don't know if they put new things in there for people to buy. I don't know what they do with them, but we never hear about it, right? If there's updated maps or whatever, it's never in the news cycle, right? So, but we know it exists, right? Same thing with like For Honor, right? We know that game has like a group of people, a substantial group of people who play it, right? They have, I mean, that's really the only thing essentially keeping Ubisoft like afloat at this point, is the fact that they do have like these core groups of gamers who do consistently play a lot of their games. They do have live service success. It's just not, I would say, not mainstream success, like not in the zeitgeist success, not like, hey, everyone's talking about Rainbow Six. Like, there was a time and a place, and then that ship has sailed. And I don't think they'll ever make a new Rainbow Six. You know what I'm saying? And like, that sucks, because Rainbow Six was dope. I still remember playing Rainbow Six 3. Rainbow Six 3? Was it 3? Yes, I think it was 3 on the Xbox with the headset, and you would talk and the mouth would move. It was crazy. Oh my god, I had so much fun playing that. And then New Vegas and New Vegas 2. I mean, there was some phenomenal games. They were going to make the Patriot, I believe it was called, Rainbow Six Patriot or something like that, or Patriots. That looked crazy, but I guess I forget, at the time something was going on and they shied away from it, and that's when they pivoted to Rainbow Six Siege, right? And like, that was it. That was the end of that, right? Like, there's really, I don't know, like all those games you listed, there's really nothing there outside of Assassin's Creed, right? Like The Division is a dope game, right? Division 1 was really good, Division 2 was really good, but they want that game to be like a, you know, a live service game, and I just don't think that that's where, like, I don't think every game can be live service, bro. Like, I just don't. I think there's too many. I think every publisher needs their kind of like core, live service game to keep things going. Like, if you look at all the big ones, they have them, right? So Ubisoft has at least like their Rainbow Six and maybe For Honor, maybe something else I'm missing, but they have that. EA has Apex Legends, and then obviously they have their yearly Madden and all their sport franchises, right? Take-Two obviously has NBA for their yearly. They have Grand Theft Auto Online, which is like, people were pumped thinking that there was going to be a new Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer, and they dropped another Grand Theft Auto Online trailer, bro. Like, that they're not stopping. They're not stopping that thing. They're never going to let that thing die. They're going to hold off on talking about Grand Theft Auto 6 for as long as humanly possible. They want to keep making the money they're making. I still don't know how they're going to handle the online for Grand Theft Auto 6. Is it just transferring people over to the new Grand Theft Auto? You know what I'm saying? Is it just like migrate automatically to the new engine, or are they changing it? I don't know. But they have it, right? Everybody has their own. The only ones who don't, and mistake me if I'm wrong, but it's Sony. I mean, I guess Destiny, technically, they own Destiny. But that's like dying. Right?
I mean, it's over.
Yeah.
That's all they own is Destiny. And they bought it and done nothing with it, right? Final Shape was almost out when they got it. And then, I mean, I guess people still play it. I don't know.
I mean, it's their last shape.
It is their final shape.
It is. It's over.
That is for sure. That is for sure. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think there's something here? Do you think there's a way out for them, to kind of fix their problem? You know what I'm saying? Like, is there a possibility?
I mean, I think Ubisoft will ultimately be fine, but I think they're gonna be a lot smaller in the next couple years. Especially if they want to sell to somebody. I don't think anyone's gonna want to take on those 10,000 employees. So Skull and Bones, that's another really big live service failure. Probably bigger than Xdefiant. So
that shit took forever, bro. Skull and Bones was in production since Black Flag.
Yeah. So it's they got to get away from some of that live service stuff. But they also got to find a way to sell more of their single player stuff. They released a great game in Immortal Phoenix Rising, but that game didn't quite sell. You got your Prince of Persias that they just they have one that they're working on and one that recently released. Nobody knows about it, so it's like they have a little bit of a marketing issue. Also, they did the Mario Rabbids.
Are you talking about Lost Clowns? I mean, Lost Crown.
Yeah,
that Prince of Persia, the 2D.
Yeah.
It's a 2D game, bro.
Yeah,
like that's the thing. Like it's like stuff like that is gonna get unnoticed, right?
Yeah.
Like the world
But
doesn't
still,
scream about those games,
Not gonna scream about it, but those games are also pretty cheap to make, so you could at least broadcast that it's coming out, and it's a easier return on investment than a big budget AAA. So I mean, they have these titles that they're releasing, but none of them are really doing anything outside of the Assassin's Creed. So they got to find a way to get some of these other franchises going. I mean, Division was probably the best thing that they've made in the past 10 years, and they fumbled it. And I don't know if they can really get those guys back, but if they can find a way to do that, that'd be good. If they can find a way to really get Watch Dogs going again, because Watch Dogs had promise. Up until I think Watch Dogs 3, and then after that, did they do a fourth Watch Dogs and that one
Oh
flopped?
shit, Watch Dogs.
Yeah.
They messed that one up too. That was a real good one.
They made some good games. They just find a way to, like, as they continue to iterate, they find a way to like mess them up.
Forgot about Watch Dogs, dude. Holy crap. Watch Dogs 1 was fire. Watch Dogs 2 was, I don't know what was happening. And then Watch Dogs 3, Legion, they just like, I get the idea of what they were trying to do, but it's like,
so
I don't know, man. It's like people want to get weird with stuff. Like, just make a dope game. You know what I'm saying? Like, just give me a story. Invest in a cool story. Tell it to me. Let me explore. Give me an open world. What happened? Like, bro, I'm telling you, somebody at some point is going to come out with a Grand Theft Auto type game, big open world, a story that I can just go experience at my leisure. And I think it's going to be great. I don't know who's going to do it, but somebody's going to have to at some point.
Yeah, sometimes some of these developers have to realize that when they make a sequel to a game, we don't always need a new gameplay mechanic or a new gimmick. Sometimes we just need new content and, something that
make it prettier.
Yeah.
Make me do something that makes me feel like I'm experiencing something new. But it doesn't have to be like changing what I liked about the game.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. So I mean, that's what we saw happen with Division. They changed things in Division 2 that people didn't necessarily like. You could have just gave them more of the same, but made slight improvements, and and people would have been happier. So yeah, Saints Row, another one that I don't think that's a Ubisoft game, but it's another instance of you had a good franchise, and
they went crazy.
Yeah,
they went crazy. People were comparing them to Grand Theft Auto, which is obviously what they knew was going to happen. And they found a weird niche, and instead of just leaning into it as part of your game, they made it the game. And that's where they lost me, right? Because it's one thing for me to be playing my serious game of street life and doing all this stuff, and then I run across something weird, which is what Grand Theft Auto does, right? You're playing your game and then you come across some weird stuff. But Saints Row went full weird. You know what I'm saying?
I like Saints Row back in the 360.
Yeah, Saints Row was dope back in the day. 1 and 2 were fire. Yes, Big Mammo, I see that. But then it's like they introduced some weird thing and people thought it was funny, and they were like, "Oh, you thought that was funny? Let's make the whole game like
the
that."
situation.
They did Tropic Thunder the situation. They ruined it. They had something.
If they would have rebooted and went to the roots, that game would have sold.
Yeah, they rebooted and went like another like weird path. And it's like, how do you? Who told you that was gonna make sense, bro?
Yeah.
Like I don't understand. Like, why?
I think that's the path for Ubisoft, though. It's kind of just they got some really good IP. Just go back. If you don't have the money, tap Microsoft on the shoulder and say, "Can we co-develop this Tom Clancy Sam Fisher game, Splinter Cell? Let's co-develop that. If that's what it takes,
let's do it.
I guarantee you, if they release a new Splinter Cell, they reboot it, and they get the exact same voice actor and everything, it'll be the most successful game. I believe so, yes. I believe he's still alive.
Gotta get him before he's gone, bro.
Yeah. But if you do that, that'll probably be the most successful game you sell in the next 10 years. It would. You do another trailer, or even if you just did a remake of the original one, because it's been so long. You can even get away with that.
Honestly, I feel like I don't think we need to completely write off the idea of remakes, right? Like remakes, I love the idea of a remake for old games. You know what I'm saying? Like games that you look at and say, "Wow, I remember playing that."
Remake. Yeah.
Yes, like I remember playing it and it was fire, but it was limited based off of the time. Imagine what that game would be today. Like, that's what I want. Yes, Assassin's Creed, the Ezio trilogy. Give me the Ezio trilogy remade in today's standard of graphics. Yes,
For sure.
give that to me. Please, would love that. Even like what you said, like a game like Saints Row, the original, like remake that. Show the world that there was a game that could compete with Grand Theft Auto at a time. Give us good graphics on that. Show us what that game will be. Obviously, it's a little hard because the way they talked may not line up with today, but still.
Today's world, yeah.
They redid.
You know what I'm saying?
They remastered San Andreas. They can do the same thing for them.
True that. Actually,
and they did Vice City.
They're the most disappointing. Take-Two has the biggest opportunity to kick major ass if they remade some of their old. They can literally go back and remake every single game they made, like Grand Theft Auto 1. Bring Grand Theft Auto 1 into today's world. You know what I'm saying?
There were a lot of games in that PS2, PS3 era that were, dare to say, a generation or two ahead of their time when they came out, and the technology wasn't there to like fully give the game its due, like a Max Payne. There's plenty of games like that. So I definitely think there's room to remake some of these games for sure. And Ubisoft has a bunch of them.
I see Spartan 661 says Xbox is not a remake station. Facts is definitely not. I'm not talking about like an Xbox only situation. I'm saying like these companies out here with these game franchises that are
it
floundering
applies
now.
to Ubisoft for sure, and the fact that they're struggling right now, and that's something that they can lean on until they figure things out. That would be a perfect thing for them to do, to go ahead and bring out these games, these older games, and put them out.
I have one game on my remake list that I'd like to see. I'd like to see a 3-game deal get done, and that's the Riddick game.
Ooh.
Vin Diesel still has the voice, but he doesn't quite have the body anymore to do the movies. I would love to, let's remake the first one, and then let's make two more Riddick games. I would love that.
So you want sequels. So you want a remake and then greenlight the sequels.
Yeah, if the remake does well, yeah. I would like a 3-game deal.
I like that. I would love a remake for sure. I think that game was phenomenal. And again, like ahead of its time, unbelievably beautiful. And I would like to see some sequels to that game. I mean, that would be great, man. I think that would be dope. I really do. I really have like this desire for some of these really good classic games that we all remember loving, but haven't really been able to, if you go back to play it now, it's like, man, this is kind of old. Like it's dope, but it's old. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like bring it back. Bring it back. I'm not talking about PlayStation 4 generation like Sony likes to do. We're talking, PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and earlier. Like there's so many gems back then. Hell, I want Halo to be redone. Obviously I think we have the rumor that they are remaking the first one, right? So that'd be great, right? I want that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a phenomenal series to be brought up to today's standards and experience those stories again, but just redone the right way. Oh man, I would love that. Well, all right. So as far as Ubisoft and their situation, any last words before we move on?
Good luck.
Congratulations, Xdefiant, on lasting 31 and a half Concord years.
Yo, 31 and a half Concord years. Wow. That's wild. Oh my god. All right. All right. Let me get my chapter. Let me get my chapter. Go here. Uh all right. I got it. So Xbox has announced its newest games coming to Game Pass, and they are ending the month with a bang. That's right. We know Indiana Jones is launching. What's today? The 3rd?
The
6
3rd,
days
yes.
from now. Early access 3 days from now. And it's going to be amazing. We're all very, very excited for it. Xbox was dope enough to get us a code. We will be reviewing this game as well. We'll have it out before um, the actual game drops. So shout out to Xbox and Bethesda. But that's going to be phenomenal. Very excited for that. But they have a bunch of other games, and also I love the fact that remember Game Pass is now broken up into like Ultimate, and then you have like Core, and then Standard. And they're feeding these other places. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it seems like Ultimate is like the debut for a lot of games. And then, over time they kind of make their way into these other ones. So officially coming for Game Pass, we got Indiana Jones. We got EA Play, so obviously games coming over from EA Play, which is WRC, which is the rally racing game they have. Then you have Overthrown, which is in game preview, which somebody I saw in the post for one of these where they said don't sleep on this game. It looks pretty dope. So that's there. You got Wild Frost, and then another big one, which was cheekily announced, which is Crash Team Racing. So we're getting another Activision game into Game Pass, and this is huge because I think Crash Team Racing a phenomenal um was a phenomenal series. You know what I'm saying? As far as racing, the kart racing is concerned, right? It was a phenomenal series and people really liked it. And Crash Team Racing, the new one, they remade the original and it's actually very good. Obviously it's been out already. But I think going into Game Pass really is going to change this. I kind of predict that when that drops and it goes in there, I think it's going to be a pretty big deal. I think there's going to be a lot of people who go ahead and jump in to play this game. Multiplayer online game. I think games like this are hugely benefited by being in Game Pass. And not only is it going into Game Pass Ultimate, but it's also going into Game Pass Standard, right? So Game Pass Standard, which is like the base model now of Game Pass, is also getting this game day one. So it's no stagger. It's coming to Ultimate and Standard the same day. So that's dope. And then you do have Carry On, which I believe was already in Game Pass before, but I guess it's back.
Coming back in.
It's coming back in, but it's also going into Standard, which is huge. Now I will say that the Crash Team Racing is only coming to Xbox, meaning it's console only, so it's
Okay.
not on PC and it's not on cloud. So that is a console only edition. So you're not getting those other things. They'll probably add it later. But that's Crash Team Racing. And then Roll 96 coming everywhere, Ultimate, PC, and Standard. Forza Motorsport is moving over to Standard as well. So the Standard players are getting Forza. And then Haunty is going into Standard, and Humanity is also going into standard. So I mean, you have your big game, and then you have tons of other stuff to kind of occupy the rest of the month. And I don't even know if this is just the first half. I don't know if there's going to be another drop in Game Pass for the second half, but it's still pretty substantial. Let's see the I think the Wire might give us a little more insight. Okay, so Crash Team Racing is coming tomorrow. So December 4th, Game Pass Ultimate, Standard, and Core. All right, so that's going into console. Forza Motorsport is on December 4th, going into Standard. Haunty, December 4th into Standard. Humanity, December 4th into Standard. The EA Sports WRC is going into Ultimate and PC Game Pass on December 5th. So it does look like this is like the first
Thursday,
half.
right?
Yeah,
It seems
Thursday.
that way, right?
Yep. Overthrown is the 5th. And
Thursday,
this is a
yeah.
day one drop, guys, just to be clear. Overthrown, this is the first release that it's making. It's available on day one. And it says lift and throw anything as you build and manage your kingdom in the chaotic city builder with up to 6 players co-op. Oh, that might be fun. Harness the power of your soul-stealing crown to partake in anime-style combat, farm the land, gather resources, and much more. Definitely check that out. And then Indiana Jones, obviously, on December 9th. Game Pass Ultimate, PC Game Pass. It's going to be on cloud as well. That's going to be, and it's available for pre-install. So, you know, I suggest you guys, we're going to talk about Indiana Jones next, but so definitely check that out. And then Wild Frost is coming on December 10th. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, hold on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
January
long.
2nd?
Yeah. I'm about to say,
Yeah.
what the? So, okay. So I think we have our answer. All right. So first of all, Wild Frost is coming December 10th. Then Carry On is January 2nd. And then we're seeing January 7th.
Okay.
So basically, you know, Xbox, they take like this break for a while. So what it looks like is they're going on like autopilot for the second half of December.
It's kind of, it's just back to back compact, and then a nice big jump to January. It seems like that's just like a nice little break right off, starting the year though, a game right into Game Pass on January 2nd. I thought it was the first half because they were all in the beginning of the month, starting tomorrow obviously, but yeah, they're leaving it packed and saying, all right, we'll see you next year.
Agreed.
And start you off right.
Agreed. All right, so we have Carry On the 2nd, and then Road 96 on January 7th. And then I guess there's going to be some games coming to Game Pass Core on December 4th, which is obviously Crash Team Racing, DayZ, which I can't believe that game is still going. Have you ever played DayZ, Farrell?
No, I haven't. I'm gonna have to check that out.
I remember DayZ from like at the height of it, like when it was first popping off. Like that guy who made that ended up leaving that team to go do his own thing. I think it was like Rocket Man or Rocketeer, and he was making some weird game, and then that game never came out, and then he's disappeared. So he made so much from this game because it was a mod, and I guess he ended up selling it to Bohemia Interactive, the people who make it. And he's out. So DayZ has some crazy, it was one of the, back in the day before things would be before things went viral all the time, right? One of the things that they were always on the internet that I would watch is people would shake people down. You know what I'm saying? So it was like a original, almost like a battle royale type game where you started with nothing and then you had to like build up. The problem is that you're in a world occupied by people who've already built up for a long time, and like people will have guns and all this other stuff, and you have like nothing. So you know, you would start building up here and there, and like people would set up in the villages, like in the towns. They would set up, and then they would like ambush you and like shake you down and rob you. Like they made it all dramatic, so like they would like go point a gun at you, tell you to drop all your stuff, take off your clothes, like crazy stuff. And record it and then stream it. Which is
That
wild.
sounds hilarious.
But it really was wild to see it take place. Now I don't know what's there. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. I haven't played that game in forever. I don't really know how active is there, but I mean, obviously it's in. I'm assuming it's in Game Pass. Now it's going to be in Game Pass Core. So, and then obviously Gold Simulator is going to be there. And then we do have DLC and game updates coming. Looks like there's going to be another. So Sea of Thieves Season 14 just dropped. Dungeons of Hindenburg coming to Xbox One consoles December 4th. Oh, okay. So now that's going to come to, if you have an Xbox One, you can play that. That's dope. And then they have like a bunch of perks. Now, leaving soon, this is a good list to know so that if there's any games that you want to purchase for a discount.
Yes.
Or if games that you just want to kind of say, oh crap, I'm going to focus on playing this game because I wanted to beat it before it goes. So on December 15th, you have Amnesia the Bunker. You have Forager. You have Forza Horizon 4. We're going to circle back to Forza Horizon 4 in a second, but Forza Horizon 4 is going. Rainbow Billy, The Curse of the Leviathan, Rise of the Tomb Raider, Tin Hearts, and The Quarry. And then leaving, first of all, The Quarry, if you haven't played it,
oh good. Amazing.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, I might have to
Phenomenal
jump into
game.
that, beat it before the. I might have to
Oh,
take
you
priority
should.
this
It's so
weekend.
good.
I haven't played it yet, so yes, I might have to.
It's
so
or
good.
at least buy
really,
it
really,
while it's
really
20% off. So
yeah, exactly. It's very, very good. So definitely check it out. Worth it. We actually have the whole thing live stream on our channel. We play the whole thing
I
streamed.
love
It was
Supermassive
very-
games, so yeah.
Yes, me too.
too.
Me too. Supermassive, they're so underrated. I love all their stuff. I want to play the Devil in Me. The Devil in Me. That's one. I think that was the last one I want to play. We never finished House of Ashes. Like I know we weren't feeling it too much, but I feel like I just want to beat it.
Yeah.
Like I just want to experience it because I love all their games. They're so good. Okay, and then leaving December 31st, you got Blaz Blue Cross Tag Battle. You have Close to the Sun, which that's a pretty cool game. Humankind. Wait, didn't we just talk about Humankind going into? Hold on. Am I crazy? Oh, Humanity. Okay, sorry, different game. So Humankind, Lego 2K Drive, Party Animals, and McPixel 3. So Party Animals is out on December 31st. We should probably let the girls know if they want to play. And then Lego 2K Drive, I would say, was the other like kind of higher profile game. I didn't really dig it too much when I tried it, but you know, that's a still worthwhile to check out. So December 15th, you have a bunch of games that are going to go, and then December 31st, definitely checked it out. So let's see how they say. Like I said up top, that's a wrap for 2024. We'll be back in January with new coming soon lists. So stay tuned on Game Pass, PC Game, and Xbox for updates on when everything is ready for your download queue. See you in 2025. Okay, so that's it.
Yeah.
So they're done. That's a pretty good way to end 2024. I think Indiana Jones ending is a big plus. I think that's a big benefit. But before we talk about anything else, I want to bring up Forza Horizon 4. Okay. Because the piggies out there are wild. Just shows how little they pay attention or what they know. So obviously Forza Horizon 4 is a first party game. Okay. Forza Horizon 4 made by Playground, obviously owned by Xbox. So I've seen out in these streets people saying that Xbox just broke their promise, broke their word. They said that they would never take a game out of Game Pass that's first party. Okay. And all these, I don't know if all the piggies are being genuine and are just that dumb, or like I even saw some of the higher profile ones hopping in there, which you gotta assume that they would know better, right?
You would think.
You would want to assume that they would know better.
I don't assume that anymore.
Yeah, that's possible.
Mhm.
But either way, to make it clear, so these, any piglets in the chat now who are watching or listening to this later, um, Forza Horizon 4 is a driving game that has a bunch of licenses that are attached to it for the
Obviously.
cars and the music and all that fun stuff. And this happens with every Forza Horizon. It's not just Game Pass. The game itself will no longer be purchasable. It's not the game's leaving Game Pass. The game is going to be gone because the new game has took its place. So the game still works. If you purchase it, you can purchase it on sale right now. It's heavily discounted. So if you haven't gotten it, you can absolutely do so. Um, Also, if you bought the DLC while it was in Game Pass, they have gifted us the free copy of the game. So if you played it on Game Pass, never bought it, but you bought the Lego expansion or anything like that, they gave you the game for free. So check your messages from Xbox on Xbox Live, and your code should be there. Um, but that is why it's leaving. It's not leaving because Microsoft is being shady or because they're going back on their word. All right. It's because simply the licenses have expired. They no longer have the right to sell this game, and they have the current Forza Horizon that's out. And the same thing, just to prepare you for the future, when there's a Horizon 6, okay, eventually Horizon 5 will no longer be in the service. Again, purchasable, still playable. You can play it forever. Nobody's taking your game, just like you can play Forza Horizon 3 and 2 and 1 if you own them. But they're not purchasable, on the store now. Okay. So just make
No, you
that
got 2 weeks
clear.
for
Yeah, the
4.
15th. The
Yeah,
15th.
4. Yeah.
Yeah. On the 15th is leaving. So you still have some time, and get it done. It's really good. If you haven't played it, it's worth having for sure. Absolutely. Now, obviously, we went through all the lists. We talked about all these games here. How do you guys feel about, finishing off the year with Indiana Jones and the rest of the games that they're bringing to Game Pass, and how they're going to start the year with a couple of them?
I feel great about it. I mean, you got Call of Duty October 25th. Couple weeks later, you got Flight Simulator. Week later, you got Stalker 2. Next week, you're getting Indiana Jones. They're giving you some third-party games that are of decent quality in the meantime also. And you know that you're rolling into January and you're getting a developer direct. And you know it's going to be something strong that comes out of that. And to kick off February, you got Avowed. I feel great. This is the best. This is the best I've felt about Xbox ever, and it feels like, once Indie drops, well, ever since COD dropped, they've finally hit their cadence. But Avowed will be that.
Well,
game.
before COD, remember we had Age of Empires,
Yeah,
Ara, so we had great and phenomenal games.
yeah.
Games had
Not
phenomenal games
saying we
from us.
didn't, but it just feels like it really hit with COD. That was the big one, and
Yeah.
so. And we've got our games since and a really good steady cadence every couple weeks. And Avowed's gonna really be the big game in a way, because it'll be the first time that Xbox in a long time has had a strong first 6 months of the year versus a strong back end of the year that they've had the previous couple of years. So now
they normally are back half company.
So now we know that we got this developer direct coming next month, on top of everything that we're already getting. Out in February, South of Midnight. I think we got that kind of April-ish kind of locked in. So we know we got something
the tease for April.
Yeah, so we know we got a game in February, a game in April. We know we got a developer direct that's going to give us some more games. It just feels like it's a really great time to be in the Xbox ecosystem. So yeah, I feel great about it, and I feel like they're ending the month with a good collection of titles.
Agreed. What do you think, baby girl?
Yeah, I have to agree. Normally, they're even releasing obviously Indiana Jones in December, a slower time where you don't see such a big game being dropped right before the holidays, right? So it's December is packed, and I love the fact that they're ending the year so strong and already telling you that they are focused on games starting the year right off the bat, January 2nd. That's pretty amazing. Like you guys mentioned, they're normally towards the end of the year, and that's something that even though we did get a lot of games, it did pick up towards the end of the year. And this is something that is obviously going to go ahead and get corrected, where games are going to be throughout the year a lot more evenly distributed, right? In a way that it's like throughout the year rather than here you go, you're getting a huge wave, and there were some months that weren't as packed, right? So we've mentioned before, and I've said it, this is the worst year that Xbox is going to have. And as it keeps on leaving behind, it is that way, right? 2025, they're gonna go ahead and get that wheel going even more. We see it right off the bat, starting strong. I cannot wait for that January direct. And honestly, a couple of weeks for no, less than 2 weeks from now, the award show. Not this Thursday, next Thursday. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of great things coming from Xbox over there at the award show. Even though we know what it is, it's just another show for us to go ahead and see what we're getting. 2025 is packed, not just first party, a lot of third party games going into Game Pass. We know this. So it's an exciting year ahead of us, and starting strong. I still need to know where South of Midnight is going to fall.
Yeah,
Into
that's my
what
game of the
month.
year to this
I need
point.
a date.
Next year,
Yeah.
that's my game of the year for next year to this point. That game
Yes, I'm
was
so
such a surprise for
excited,
me.
Tara.
Yeah.
I'm
So
so pumped for it.
first half of the
But
year,
yeah,
that's the one I'm looking most forward to. Is South of Midnight.
They keep throwing more stuff out for it.
yes.
Like they're mad confident right now. It's almost I have like vibes like they're pretty much done with the game. You know what I'm saying? And now they're just like finishing it up and just marketing, because there's so many videos they keep
You
putting
guys
out.
didn't agree with me, but I talked about, maybe the January direct, South of Midnight being shadow dropped. I know that their vinyl, the signed vinyl is pre-order for April, and it's kind of like maybe that's when they're gonna go ahead and release it. But I don't know. We're seeing a lot of South of Midnight very
I
strong.
just
Coming in as if it's ready to go. Who knows? We didn't get a shadow drop this year. We got one in 2023, and maybe, it's potentially we can get a shadow drop in 2025. And seeing the way that they're hyped up for the year coming in, I don't know. I'm getting good
I mean,
vibes. Who knows? Who
selfishly,
knows?
I would love that, but I really think they want Avowed to have its own shine
Yeah.
in the month of February. So it's like selfishly, I would love it. Like if I got the developer direct like January 29th and they're like, you can play South of Midnight now, I would probably beat it that weekend because I think they only said it's like a 20-hour game.
Yeah.
I would probably beat it that
See,
weekend.
and that's the thing. We're talking about the end of January. Avowal is coming out February 18th, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's with the amount of games that are coming out in 2025, I feel like, you know, their biggest issue is going to be kind of where to place these games. We saw in September, I believe, Age of Mythology, kind of back to back, week apart from Ara History Untold. And at the end of the day, you kind of get to the games if you want to play them all, or it just doesn't suit every single type of player out there. So you got to kind of have something for everyone. So as much as like Avowal seems right around the corner when the year starts, throwing something in, even if it's towards the end of January, that'll be pretty dope. Until it does happen, you know. So I don't know. I'm hopeful. We'll see.
I would lean more towards Towerborn because it's already going to release on Steam in the first half of January, I believe.
Well, it already released on Steam now.
Yeah.
It's out.
Oh, it's out on Steam now?
Yeah, it's on Steam now. What we're waiting for is to go to Xbox Early Access beginning of next year. So maybe that's in June. I mean, I'm sorry, maybe that's in July.
January.
You know, kind of.
You mean July? Or
damn it! Why do I keep saying summer months? What the hell? I thought I corrected myself. I meant January. Jesus. Maybe January is when they started off with Towerborn and get it right in, you know, game preview, so that maybe by June or July they'll say, "Hey, 1.0 is out," you know, and here we go. I don't know what their plan is for how long it's going to be. The homie Will Broke Boy Lewis in the house. My dude, thank you, brother, for being here. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Says the South of Midnight Collector's Edition of the music and artwork is scheduled to release approximately around April 30th, 2025. Gives a good idea. Yeah, and I would imagine the game will be out before that drops. So
I would believe so. They only made 1,000 copies. Anyways, so it's kind of like you have to kind of go by what you've heard and kind of get in there if you're planning to get one. We already pre-order ours, so I'm confident in the music that this game is going to bring. I'm really excited for it. Just like just the name alone. Imagine the music. You see how it looks. I can't wait to play it and get my hands on it. This game is going to be pretty amazing whenever it does release, but I feel like when we look at the pattern that took place with like Indiana Jones, right? They kind of went in full force. They had the they did
previews?
Yeah, they did it with shoot, like a little documentary.
Oh, the deep dive on
they did
yeah,
the
they
deep
did two
dive.
of them.
They did it.
They did a deep dive and a deeper
Stalker
dive.
2, and then they moved on to Indiana Jones. They did the
South
same
of
thing.
Midnight. They did one for
South of Midnight, right? Why is South of Midnight coming up so
About-
much? I'm just saying. I feel I don't know. It's happening soon. I feel like sooner than we think.
Yeah,
You know, mustard. Sometimes you just gotta shout mustard.
you saw that on Twitter?
Yeah, I listened to the album and I saw the Supreme Dream skit, if that's what you're talking about.
No. South of Midnight, they put a post on Twitter for no reason with this big ass alligator just screaming mustard.
Yep.
Oh, it wasn't for no reason.
No, what's the reason?
Kendrick Lamar's album. It's a song.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay, that made sense. I was for certain that they were trolling me.
No
mustard.
Possible. I still believe.
No, it's Kendrick Lamar has a beef with a lot of people in the industry, and DJ Mustard is one of them. So he yelled his name.
I think we all have a beef with DJ Mustard.
Everybody has a beef with mustard.
I thought you had a beef with like DJ Olives.
Oh, those two.
Both.
Yes.
Both. 100%.
And mushrooms.
DJ
Mushrooms.
Yeah, it's a trilogy. It's a trilogy. We got the homie JFX88. What's up, my dude? Thank you for being here. Thank you for that $2 super chat. Says Avowed versus Kingdom Come in February. Yes, it's a lot. It's that Kingdom Come, which I'm actually very excited for Kingdom Come. That is a huge. I love the first part. I kickstarted the first part. I got to beta test it and all that stuff before it came out. Loved it. So I'm very excited for part 2. And then I think AC Shadows got moved. Assassin's Creed is in February as well. Monster Hunter, the newest one, is in February as well.
Oh my gosh, February. See?
That's your birthday month.
My birthday month, you guys. That's where it's
that's
at.
it.
That's where it's at. He says, JFX88 says, I'll be the broke boy in February. A lot of games. A lot of games.
Yeah.
Get ready.
Thank God for Game Pass. You know what I'm saying? Taking at least something off your plate so you can spend it on something else. Right?
Agreed.
See? There you go. As soon as you buy that first game. So if Kingdom Come is the game of choice, you just know that, hey, I would have had to buy both of these, but now because Avowed is El Gratis, Kingdom Come, baby. The homie Bounty in the building. What is up, homie? Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a member for 11 months, man.
Thank you
Appreciate
so
you.
much.
Says, if I wasn't working this weekend, I would have bought the early edition of Indiana Jones, but my backlog is still full.
Woo.
Well,
That's
the beauty, bro. Like, as much as, you know, we all like to hop on to like the next big thing, right? Like, obviously something new's coming out. It's like, oh man, I want to play that. It's like that's cool. You could do that, or you could just wait. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could just wait and play it when you play it.
We were just having a conversation about this, see how like it's really helped with his FOMO. Like, C would not like he wouldn't care if he wasn't ready to jump into it, if he was in the middle of playing another game or a couple other games and it wasn't going to be for a while. He just needed to have the copies of whatever games he was excited for, and before he would even like get to it, because he'll have so much to play, the game will be on sale, and it's like you already spend the money like when it was full price.
Yeah.
That is the beauty of it, Bunty, and you're absolutely right. That's what gets to happen when you have, you know, Game Pass and you have all these games stacked in there, and you're like, okay, well, do I go ahead and the subscription service that I'm already paying for, and these games are in there that I'm still playing and that I'm looking forward to playing? Do I tend to that, or do I go ahead and spend extra money, or does that go ahead and take a back seat? And what I've noticed also is that while those games kind of take a back seat, the ones that you go ahead and you have to pay for, if it doesn't pop up on sale, you almost forget about them. So it's crazy, the movement that in the power of Game Pass, because you're sitting there, you got your stuff, you're stacked, and on top of it, the ones that you're putting on the back burner, they're always putting in games into Game Pass, and you feel like you kind of just forget.
And then you got the games leaving, and you feel pressured to abandon the games that you planned on playing. Like, I got to play the quarry this weekend.
Yes, you gotta. It's so, I mean, that's the thing, right? And that's the beauty of this. That's why it's like, it's so crazy when people, you know what it is? They just don't understand the life of an Xbox, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like these piggies out there, they don't understand what it feels like to have so much choice and options.
They're busy oinking around.
Like, we can go buy a game if we want that's out in those streets, or we could just enjoy what we have, right? And enjoy this. Like, I desperately want to play what is it, baby? Warhammer. Space Marines.
Space Marine
2.
Yes.
Right? Desperately want to play it. But like, when I say that, it's like I desperately want to play it, but I don't want to play that more than Stalker 2 or Indiana Jones or Flight Sim
coming
right
out.
now.
Yes. And it's funny because we saw it this we saw it, and I think that's how the conversation came up. We saw it, and it was on sale.
But not the regular version.
Yes.
It was the ultimate edition. I'm like,
and it wasn't that big of a sale. And
like,
even this
I'll
Black
wait.
Friday was kind of like
mid
for sure.
It saves you from impulse buying in a lot of ways, Game Pass. And when you have so many games to play, you can wait for games that aren't necessarily a must play to come down to your price.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Like, there's definitely always going to be a game that it's like, I'm 100% going to buy because it's not in Game Pass, but I know for sure I need to play it, right? Which is fine, but that's few and far between, right? Like, that's not most games. Like, Kingdom Come is a game that I really want, but what's the curse? I want to play Avowed more, right? So if I'm playing Avowed,
then
like,
Kingdom Come can wait.
I can't play Kingdom Come, right? You know what I'm saying? So then it's gonna have to wait until I do it. I do want to get it, and I, assume we'll see how the rest of Game Pass shakes out because we don't know what else we're gonna be getting. But by the time I'm done with Avowed, if nothing else is, popping that's coming, then I can go and hop into Kingdom Come the way I want to.
You're right, Farah. That impulsive buy, and that's exactly what would happen. Right now you're thinking about, okay, well, what's going to come after Avowed, or what else are you going to drop in February, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, do I go ahead and spend my money when I already have these games going in here that I'm excited to play? It's a tough call.
Yeah.
And not really. It's like a clear cut. Like, these games are gonna wait. But we saw in the chat, with Ubisoft, we saw Rayman in there, and it's like, oh shoot, I remember playing Rayman, how much fun it was, and all this stuff. And it's like, but nowadays, like, go ahead, release a brand new one, and like, unless it kind of gets dropped into Game Pass, where will that urgency be to go ahead and say, let me go buy Rayman so that I can go ahead and play?
Nowhere.
When it's potentially going to be more of the same. Great, a lot of fun at the time, and it's like, unless you're going to put it in there.
Rayman is a game I'd rather buy when Xbox has that big end of year sale after E3, and you can get it for like
$4. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be nice. We do have our homie, the homie Will Broke Boy Lewis, my dude. Thank you for being here. Thank you for that $2 super chat. It says nobody will be broke boy. That's me, damn it. He's claiming that broke boy. He's like, no one's gonna be broke. I'm the only broke one out here in these streets. He's back with another $2 super chat. Appreciate your homie. Says Like a Dragon, Pirate, Yakuza is also in February.
Yeah,
I forgot.
Holy shit.
Yes.
You know what? Also, Game Pass does is give you space for games to come into Game Pass that you were wanting to buy.
Yes.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, because it's happened so many times for me. It was like, oh, good thing I waited. The funny thing is it's like, oh, good thing I waited. It's in Game Pass now. And then I don't play it in Game Pass.
Because the hype you moved on from the hype as well. That's also a part of it.
Like, Atlas Fallen is one that I that I was waiting for. I was like, nah, that looks like it'll be in Game Pass. I'll wait. And then it is in Game Pass. I just haven't gotten into it.
New games.
There are so many games that I just don't buy because I know that they're going to make it in the Game Pass, and they're not necessarily must-have games for me to play. Like, they're games I'm interested in, but it's like, I don't need to play this game. Like, for instance, Sifu. I know Sifu's going to make it to Game Pass one of these days. When it does, I'll play it.
But you know what, Farah? If you don't spend the money on it, the more likely it is to hit Game Pass.
I mean, the ponies didn't spend the money on it, so
support the Game Pass. You know what I'm saying?
Support the Game Pass. Games.
Don't buy any game. No, that's funny. No. Not if you want them to make a sequel, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to balance it out. Some games got to get bought. But yeah, this is a. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I know I buy at least like 20, 30 games a year between me and the kids and all that. So it's not, but it just allows you to be more selective on your
Yeah.
library.
Yeah, especially you could just wait for sales at that point too,
Yeah.
since you're not like going crazy with it. So
But it's also like it's crazy and you don't see it until now, right? You have Game Pass, you kind of don't see
Oh
the
shit.
amount of
It's in Game Pass
games
now.
that you were buying. And then also like when those collector's editions released, they were hard to pass up. So you end up buying all of these collector's editions. You buy the games that you're that may not have them, but you're also looking forward to playing. Is an expensive hobby, and while you're caught up you kind of don't realize how much money you really poured into it. And I mean, this is why we say Game Pass is the gift that keeps on giving. It's crazy though how much you kind of save having this as an option.
Yeah, because I can't remember the last time I paid $70 for a game that I wanted to buy. I always buy, the top tier of every game out. So that's $100 every time you buy it. So it does add up.
Exactly.
very true. Very true. Yeah, and I mean, I still like a good collector's edition. You know
Yes,
what I'm saying?
absolutely.
Like I like when there's a dope ass statue, like Indiana Jones. 100%, I would have bought the collector's edition if it wasn't a globe.
They dropped the ball for us.
You guys know about me in geography. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? The last thing,
couldn't
the
give
last
you
thing
the
I
whip,
need is,
for obvious reasons.
I mean, probably save me a little, pain. You know what I'm saying? So, I definitely can thank I got to be thankful for that one, because that one is, you don't want to whip in her hands. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
To be a little too on point, for sure. The homie Will Bro Boy Lewis, my dude, thank you for being here, man. Thank you for that $2 super chat. Says Crash Team Racing just dropped on Game Pass too. It did as well. Pharaoh, they're saying that Sifu is in Game Pass.
Yeah,
now.
I just checked. It is. So
Let's
see,
go.
Got that. Hit the download button for my phone, so it's downloading on the Xbox.
That's it. But yeah, man. Yeah, we're eating good. We eating good. I am going to transition us. Just do this.
Say what?
Not that type of transition.
Cage says hard to type 26 degrees outside. Go inside, Cage.
Probably working or something.
Go inside.
Living a vida loca. All right. So talking about Game Pass and the games that are coming, that game that we all know is top of mind is Indie. And I do want to spend a little time because we have some information on Indie. So let's first off start right at the beginning. When does this game drop? Okay, so the game drops on the 9th of December.
Yes.
And this here is the actual map of all the global release times. So you'll know exactly what's going on. So this is the first time, this is crazy. It's actually dropping, I guess.
On December 8th.
Wow, it's like a benefit. New York is getting it. So like East Coast where we are is getting it on the 8th at 7 p.m.
Say what?
So it's at night of the day. And I guess
it's backwards.
Yeah, it's
usually
weird,
New
right?
Zealand
Normally,
gets it. Usually New Zealand gets it first. Now
yeah,
it's
but they're
backwards.
making
We
them
get it
get
first.
it
New Zealand gets it last. Yeah, they flipped it.
That's wild.
That's dope.
That's wild.
That's dope.
So they get it on December 9th at 1 p.m. Right? I mean, this is the thing. We're all getting it at the same exact time, to be clear.
Yes.
That's the point of it, right?
Yes.
What they're doing is they're trying not to let New Zealand get it and then everybody
And
else
then
getting
everybody
it.
else.
So
Yeah.
when New Zealand gets
dope.
it, everyone's getting it. It's just that they live in the future. So December 9th for them is December 8th.
This is
for
how they
us.
should always do it, though. It should always be, everyone gets it at the same day and time. This should be something they should do moving forward with other games.
I like my 5 or 6 trips to New Zealand every year, though.
I've never taken that trip, so I would not know at all. But no, this is cool, man. This is cool. So it's good to know. So we actually do beat the system for us, because we do get it on December 8th, 7 o'clock. It's nice to know that everyone's going to be playing at the same exact time. I mean, hopefully, so that means, so we have to have our review ready before then. So that works out pretty good. All right, so
Do our best.
we can do it, I believe. All right, and then this here is some more information on it. Clobro put this out, said Indiana Jones and the Great Circle on Xbox Series X and S. Base game install size is roughly 87 gigabytes, along with an optional higher resolution texture package, which is 45 gigabytes. The higher resolution texture package auto installs on Xbox Series X by default.
As it should.
Which just makes sense, right? Yeah. So if you're on Xbox Series X, you don't have to think about it. You just download it. It's putting everything on there. If you're on the S, I guess theoretically you could still have the higher resolution textures. So I would just download it anyway. You want it to look the best that it's going to look. Just make some space because it's a hefty one. And then we go over here. They also dropped the PC specs for those of us who want to play it on the PC as well. So looks like there's going to be full ray tracing support on the PC, and they do break it up. So the minimum specs are basically a 2060 on the PC. Recommended is 3080 Ti. And then Ultra is 4080 just for regular. But if you're going to do full ray tracing, you're going to have a 4070 is minimum. Oh, so I guess the PlayStation 5 Pro couldn't do ray tracing.
Yes.
Oh,
it can't even do
damn.
it can't even do just a regular recommended. I mean, 3080 Ti. Oof.
Damn, that's cold. That's cold. Recommended for ray tracing is a 4080, and then those of us with a 4090 are going to be able to play it on Ultra.
All right.
I'm excited.
Get those
I'm excited.
Ready.
That's right. I want all the reflections. I'll be blinded by the reflections. But yes, we are here, man. It's time. It's right around the corner.
Do you think that they'll figure out the PlayStation 5 Pro, the pisser in it before Indiana Jones releases?
I don't think
for
anyone
them
will.
In the spring. I don't think the pisser is meant for this world. I just don't. I think that like I heard, some people like Hargeet has brought it up, the idea that over time that it'll get better, and it's like sure, but like a year from now or a year and a half from now, we're going to be talking the Xbox Series. I mean, I'm sorry, the new Xbox, the next gen Xbox, right? And it's like by then, what's happening, right? Then it's going to pick up. So we got into an interesting discussion actually about it, because it's like, well, is that their plan? Is that their idea of next gen, that come 3 years from now, 4 years from now, they will have, the pisser sorted out, they'll be on the pisser 3 by then, and maybe it actually works, and it takes their PlayStation 5, and well, actually no, that doesn't have the pisser, so it just makes the Pro essentially their quote unquote next gen console, because they don't have to ever worry. I mean, realistically speaking, right, companies are going to keep making games for PlayStation, right? Like even if there's only a next gen Xbox out there. Sure, the next gen version of that game will be exclusive to Xbox, but that doesn't mean the game's not going to come out on the series and it's not going to come out on PlayStation, right? So for them, if in 2, 3, 4 years the pisser is actually working as intended, and if it, let's say, follows the arc, and I say this understanding, like having everybody understand that if it was easy to follow Nvidia's arc, then AMD would be there as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
But let's be
Absolutely.
clear, AMD has not successfully been able to do what Nvidia does with its DLSS. So as much as we might want to say, well, give PlayStation 3 years and it'll be in the same place, let's calm down with that reckless talk. Give PlayStation 3 years, they may not even be here. Okay. So
that's seriously.
We don't know.
Seriously.
We don't know what's going to happen with
That's
them.
awesome. Given 3 years, they may not even be here. It's true. It's true, though.
The biggest issue with the pisser is that it is the development of it is strictly dependent upon how many people pick up a PS5 Pro. If there aren't enough people who are going to be around to use the technology, developers will not be enticed to figure out how to get the most out of it. There's no incentive.
Farah, I felt the way that you do, and I get that. But seeing everything that they had to do for Alan Wake, and it's the way that it still looks, I'm not even sure that it's a thing that anybody would want to get into.
That's what I'm saying.
That's one heck of a messy situation. Even if this thing was selling like hotcakes, man.
I think it's going to end up just being more of a traditional, like this whole pisser thing is like, oh, look at me, buy me because I have the pisser. I think we already saw like Fortnite, right? So Fortnite is not using the pisser because it's a waste of their power. They're using their own thing that they've been using, and they're just using the extra power in the box to do ray tracing. But hardware ray tracing. So on the other consoles, it does software ray tracing. On the Pro, it does hardware ray tracing. So, I think what is going to end up happening is most people are just going to start using the extra power in the box, just like they would use any other extra power in any other box. I think the pisser is pretty screwed.
I agree.
So
I agree.
They're gonna make a new box without the pisser in it.
Every gimmick PlayStation comes up with gets abandoned. I mean, look at the DualSense. All the features they put into that controller.
Waste.
Nobody's using it.
Waste the battery.
Yeah.
Waste the battery. Does nothing. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody wants it. Right?
Yeah.
As cute as it sounds to say, oh, I'm gonna give you resistance triggers so that you have to push to press the button. Is like, no, dog. I want to pretend that I'm pressing the button. I want him to just do all the struggling in the game. I just want to be able to just do this.
Like,
you know what I'm saying?
Like when the PS5 originally dropped, and you had the tech demo of Astrobot, or Astro's Playroom, I should say. You had the tech demo of that, and people were raving about everything, about all the sensations you got from the controller. Astrobot came out, and the 6 people that bought it haven't said anything about the DualSense.
Oh, damn.
I haven't seen anyone.
The six people that bought it. That's messed up. Damn.
Yeah, I mean,
damn.
Have
He's
you seen
exaggerating out here. He knows it's 5. You know what I'm saying?
Have you
Nobody
seen
gives no
anybody
more.
on Twitter talking about DualSense since Astrobot launched?
Dead and gone. The next console does not need it. The vibration is all you need. If you want to add more intricate vibrations like the Nintendo Switch has, sure. You know what I'm saying? If Xbox wants to make their next one where there's more, variation and sensation in the vibrations, sure. But like resistance triggers, no thanks. not necessary. I love what the Elite does. Give me the toggle. So if I'm playing a shooter, I want that quick response. Blah 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 blah. Beautiful. But if I'm playing anything else,
raindrops on my palms.
Yeah. It's raining on me. I'm good. I'm good.
I don't need my controller making little sounds every time I do, like.
That's the one thing that I don't get. The sound to me is unnecessary. I'm not feeling it. I
Yeah.
don't look at that like, ooh, I love that there's a speaker in there. Plus, it's a mic, which is shitty, right? So if you
Yeah.
ever play a PlayStation game that's multiplayer, there's always some crazy sounding people on the other side who
That can't
have their
afford a
mic.
headset.
Yeah, and they just rock with the mic on the controller. And that's it. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's crazy. Actually, I forgot. We have there's this company that reached out to us to try there's like this new some company made this controller. They sent it to us. We're gonna try it out. And we'll review it. But it's in the PlayStation configuration. But it works on PC. We'll see if it has the if the dual sense is missing from there.
Yeah.
The vibrations are missing. Oh my god, stupid ass gimmicks. It's a waste. It's a waste. It all just makes it unnecessarily expensive. And it's just features to list just for the sake of listing it, but it doesn't actually add anything to the game.
Nope.
Right. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure my surround sound over here and up here and around here sound better than a little thing shooting some sound at me from the remote control.
Like, does PlayStation 5 have Dolby Atmos yet? Like,
I don't even know. And what do you do if you have the headphones on? What's the point of that little speaker? You can't hear it if you have headphones on.
Yeah, it's just I don't know.
It's so stupid.
It's just
I don't know. It's dumb. But listen, I would say right now, I'm very excited for Indiana Jones. It's coming very soon, and I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's the perfect way to end the year. What do you think about the end of? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, what do you think? Do you think after having this here, right? Do you think that this is the way they should end every year? I feel like I kind of want a December game. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yes, absolutely.
like a marquee December game that
No.
ends my year.
a Black Friday-ish game, like it gives incentive for people to go buy a new
Who
console.
just got a new console.
Yeah.
Right. All the people who just got a new console have a brand new game to look forward to.
Yeah.
And even just for us, like, look at how, it's the end of the year, right? So you got to imagine that Game Pass is always going to be like this, where you're only getting basically a first half of December and then first week of January, right? So you're not going to have anything on the back half of the month because they are doing, taking time off. So if we go ahead and have, a big game in December is great.
Yeah, a lot of people take time off in December. So it's perfect. It always seems like, the abandoned month. But I like the idea of having a big game like Indiana Jones going ahead and dropping. And like you said, Farrell, for the holidays, right? Anybody gets a console, boom, here you go. You got this game to look forward to that's nice and fresh, just released. It's perfect.
Yeah.
But again, a lot of people take time off. And it's just a nice way to go ahead and keep them busy. Um and still keep them engaged in their hobby.
Yeah. Yeah, it gives people to think something to talk about too. During the holiday season, they're talking about your brand new game versus
Exactly.
Agreed. All right. Well, any
So I want to bring this up
Sure.
to close out the show. Will Broke Boy Lewis said Metacritic score prediction for Indiana Jones. I'm going low 80s just because that's what they do. Any thoughts from you guys? Thank you for bringing this up, Will.
I think it lands. I think it's going to get knocked for the first person perspective and the view changes. I think that's going to be one thing it gets knocked for, and I think it will land somewhere between the 84 and 86.
What do you think, C?
I'm gonna go a little lower. I think I'm more in line with Will Broke Boy Lewis of not what my idea of the game's going to be, but what I think it's going to net out at, with the people already started complaining about the fact that it was a lot slower paced than they thought it was going to be. It wasn't quite Uncharted, more thief, right? Like
Puzzles are
more
too
sneaking
simple.
puzzles. So you're gonna hear a lot of BS crying out there. So I'm gonna say it goes. I think it lands between 81 and 83. I think there's still going to be enough people giving it great scores because of the quality of the game and the love of Indiana Jones and how well it's basically the way it seems like it's going to be the movie that everybody wished they were getting, and as opposed to what the last couple movies have been from them. So I think with all the good ones out there, plus the massive drops in score from the usual suspects, I go 81, 83, somewhere between 81 and 83. What do you think, baby girl?
I mean, so I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up having, the same situation happen as Starfield. Um, I am gonna go in the high 70s.
I mean, Starfield was an 83.
Yeah, but a lot of IGN gave it a 7. I'm talking about the fluctuation in the scores. But I personally think that can potentially bring it to a high 70s.
Because you gotta imagine Starfield was huge, right? Like Indiana Jones is gonna be big, but I don't think it's gonna be Starfield huge, right? Like as far as like what it means for games, right? So I think Starfield having as many like 10s and 9s that it got, I don't know if Indiana Jones is gonna end up with that same amount.
Exactly. And it's somewhere between 75, 79. This is the thing about it. There are also certain expectations for those that, love the movies. There are also the talks about Uncharted and the pace. This whole first person situation, third person situation is going to potentially be an issue that people will bring up. So there's a lot to pick from when it comes to wanting to potentially knock it, or people having a certain idea of what a known IP is in their mind or is going to be, or what this game is going to deliver versus what the game is. I was kind of shocked and taken back with what people were expecting from it. I was expecting adventure and, very puzzly here and there. And, there will be sparks of moments where you're going to have that nice combat. It all depends on how gradually they incorporate these things. I don't know if it's going to, lag for long and then you'll get here and there sprinkles of combat. I don't know how they're going to go ahead and deliver that. So it's all up to that, up to their consistency when it comes to being able to give you a nice diverse mix as you play along. So we'll see.
The only wild card is whether or not the
exploring, a lot of exploring.
Piggies out there are more indie fans than they are Xbox.
No,
haters,
you gotta
know what I'm
factor
saying?
in. Piggies know they're gonna be starving in a couple months, so they can't dog the game too bad because it's the only game they gonna have by the time Xbox
true,
decides to
too.
give it to them.
That's true too. That's true too.
They can't kill it too bad.
Splendid over here says 78 Xbox, and when it comes out on PlayStation, it will be an 84 to an 85. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, but it's gonna come out so soon, like just a 6-month gap, right? So it's spring. So they can't review this one and call it crap, and then turn around and and 6 months later be like it's great now.
It's not going to be some
maybe you're
patch
right.
or some major DLC that's going to drop in the next 6 months that's going to change your perception of the game.
Yes. But, they may say that, that PlayStation 5 Pro, sprinkle a little extra for them. And that's where it's at. Now they enjoy the game. Yes.
Oh my God.
But yeah, there's I can see a lot of controversy behind this game. So
I mean,
we'll
I'm
see.
super excited for it. I mean,
I
I don't
am
know if
too.
it's gonna be. I don't know if it's real controversy. I feel like there'll be some fake outrage and
Yes,
some
I
nonsense.
do believe a lot of fake outrage will be out there. And I'm still I'm pumped. I cannot wait to go ahead and get my hands on it. But
It's gonna be about 10
I'm
million
not
people that play it next week, and we'll all have our own opinions.
exactly. I could care less about the nonsense that they want to cry about. So that's not for me.
Facts.
But I do predict it because in any way that they could possibly go ahead and create some type of chaos or try to get some type of attention, a lot of them will. So
I feel it. Well, guys, with that, we are going to wrap it up here. Thank y'all so much for coming and hanging out with us.
Oh, man.
We had a great time. So thank you for rocking with us. Everybody in the building, we appreciate y'all. So thank y'all so much. Everybody who super chatted, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. Obviously, shout out to our YouTube elite members. We have the homie Big Boy Mike, Dark Angelic, and Spoonman. And of course, you have our top tier Inner Circle members. You got the homie Big Mix Gaming and Coach of the Canuck.
yes,
Shout out to our first 3 people who were in the building, the
Woo!
homie Amit Kumar, E Ranks, and General Spartan 27. Thank you so much. And obviously, shout out to all of our other members on our YouTube and Patreon. You guys are awesome. So thank y'all so much. Shout out to our boy Pharaoh Bazaar, who's been rocking with us all night. Thank you so much, brother, for being here, man. Why don't you let everybody know where to find you? Put your link in the chat and let everybody know what's up.
Hey, everybody, you can find me tomorrow, actually, because we didn't do a show yesterday. So you'll be able to find us tomorrow. Vitamin G Podcast. I'll drop the link in there. We'll be live at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Feel free to come through. I would love to see some of you guys come through.
Nice.
I don't think we'll be talking about some of the same stuff, but I think we got some different topics as well lined up. And nice. I know it's a slow news cycle, but I'm hoping we get some type of new breaking news tomorrow. That'd be interesting.
That would be nice.
Yes.
Like Mondays are always kind of slow. You don't really get new news on Mondays, and we do the show on Mondays. I feel like Tuesdays are like the best days. I feel like you always get some good news on Tuesday, but
guys, go check out boy Farah. Follow him on Twitter.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yeah. My ad's right here. So right below my face. So you can add me on Twitter. I do add back. I'm not bougie. Oh
man, it's funny. All right, well, definitely check that out, guys. Thank y'all all so much, man. Appreciate all of y'all. We will be back Thursday night.
Yes.
8 p.m. Eastern time with the On Point Gaming Podcast. Come check us out. We'll see what new and exciting news we have to talk about. And then Friday, the drill. We're back with the night shift. Let's Talk Gaming. And let's fucking go, man. I'm excited.
I just want to let a chat. I'm looking forward to going through Twitter over the next couple days and seeing y'all calling these people some piggies now.
Yes, Piggies is the name. Piggies is the name. It works.
I love it.
I'm looking forward to seeing this over the next couple of weeks. Don't let me down, chat.
Let's go.
That's it. We may have to put the explanation out there. You know what I'm saying? Let everybody know where it came from and why ponies are not acceptable anymore. All right. The ponies have risen. The actual animals are tired of the slander.
I'm sick of it.
Enough is enough. It's time for a change. They don't want to be associated with those blue bastards. So yes, we're gonna change the movement. Piggies, piglets, porkers, whatever you feel. Any pig related. Look at these porkers.
Yes.
Oh, I'm feeling that one too. You know what I'm saying? This is good. Maybe the piggies are like the smaller people. You know, the porkers are like the bigger name people that are out there. You know, your Porter Rocks and your J Doves, the porkers. Facts. All right. And with that, we're gonna end the show the way we end every single show. Doodle.
Yes.
We're done.
We are.
Until next time.
You're intruding.
You're intruding.